Hello there, my sleepy citizens. Tonight, we journey into the shadowed streets of Gotham City, where mysteries lurk and the Dark Knight stands vigilant against the forces of chaos. We bring you tales of Batman, uncovering different sides of the man behind the mask. And as our journey through these stories winds down, a calm ambience of Gotham's streets will carry you throughout the night, bringing you to restful sleep without interruptions from any ads. If you enjoy these tales, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what story you'd like to hear next. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the world of Gotham. Iron-grey mist rolled across Gotham Harbor like a living thing, swallowing the skeletal cranes and rusted loading docks beneath its spectral tide. Batman stood motionless on an abandoned watchtower, his cape settling around him like folded wings. Through specialized lenses, he watched thermal signatures of dock workers moving through the pre-dawn darkness. None matched the pattern he sought, the distinctive limp of Marco Vega, a crane operator who had vanished 3 days earlier, the fourth worker to disappear from Gotham's industrial quarter this month. Still nothing, Batman sub-vocalized to the Batcave. Marco's badge was scanned at the south loading zone, but no one's seen him since. The fog's particularly heavy tonight, Alfred replied. According to harbor records, it's the thickest maritime layer since winter '89. Rather convenient timing for anyone looking to move undetected. Batman's gaze shifted to the Bowery Yards, where ancient brick warehouses stood shoulder to shoulder with newer steel structures. In the 19th century, this district had been the beating heart of the city's maritime commerce. Now it existed in perpetual twilight. Half abandoned, half reclaimed, cross-sectioned the disappearances with reported fog conditions, Batman said. Each worker vanished during unusually heavy fog. Indeed, Alfred confirmed, and each missing man had access to different parts of the harbor infrastructure, security codes, maintenance tunnels, scheduling systems. Someone's assembling a skeleton key to the entire port, piece by piece. Alfred's research had uncovered a pattern. Cargo vessel appears with suspicious regularity. The Eclipse, a cargo ship registered to a shell company in the Cayman Islands. Batman's enhanced vision caught movement at the dock's far end, a figure moving with unnatural stillness through the swirling mist, heading toward a maintenance door unused for months. I may have found our next acquisition target, Batman said quietly. Security guard, moving toward the old fog tunnels. The fog tunnels? Alfred's voice carried scholarly interest. Those haven't been used since the 1950s harbor modernization. They were designed to channel thick harbor fog away from shipping lanes. Brick tunnels with massive fans that would vacuum the mist from critical areas. Batman was already moving, descending with fluid grace. Why would anyone be interested in obsolete infrastructure? Perhaps because obsolete doesn't necessarily mean useless, Alfred suggested. Those tunnels connect to every part of the harbor and beyond, built before modern security concerns, with access points that wouldn't appear on contemporary maps. The security guard reached the maintenance door, entering a code on a keypad that shouldn't exist. A modern addition to the antique door. Batman moved closer, seeing the guard wore a uniform that didn't quite match legitimate harbor security. He's an imposter, Batman confirmed. Accessing parts of the harbor officially abandoned for decades. I believe I know who might be behind this, Alfred said. The timeline corresponds with rumors of a weapons shipment, experimental prototypes from Albrecht Industries. Their convoy was hijacked outside Metropolis last month. but the weapons were never recovered. The false guard disappeared through the door. Batman slipped forward, catching it before it closed. Beyond lay a narrow passage, brick walls glistening with condensation, descending into darkness. The air carried the metallic tang of the harbor, mixed with machine oil and the distinctive chemical smell of weapons-grade components. Stolen military hardware entering through forgotten tunnels, Batman mused. Only one person combines historical knowledge with arms-dealing connections. Oswald Cobblepot, Alfred confirmed. The Penguin's family built half of Gotham's original harbor infrastructure. The old blueprints will be part of his family archives. Batman descended into the tunnel, night vision activating as darkness deepened. The brick walls showed recent maintenance, mortar freshly patched, electrical conduits newly installed. Someone's invested considerable resources in restoring these tunnels, Batman observed. The tunnel branched eastward, where he detected faint machinery sounds, electrical equipment humming and mechanical loading systems clanking rhythmically. They are using the original fog control infrastructure, Batman realized. The massive fans would be perfect for ventilation, and the wide tunnels could accommodate vehicles. An underground shipping network, Alfred noted, the perfect smuggling system. Invisible from above, with access points scattered throughout the city's oldest districts. Batman followed the eastern tunnel, moving silently despite occasional puddles where ancient bricks had subsided. The sounds grew louder, along with voices. Rough dockworkers' accents mixed with clipped mercenary tone. The tunnel widened into a converted loading area, where men transferred crates from electric carts to a larger vehicle. Military-grade weapons cases, Batman confirmed, recognizing Albrecht Industries' specifications. A new figure entered, wearing an expensive suit. Oswald Cobblepot, his distinctive waddle unmistakable even in the damp underground space. "Careful with those, you ham-fisted oafs," Penguin snapped. "Each crate is worth more than you'll earn in a decade. We have buyers arriving at the lounge in 18 hours. Batman noted the operation. 12 armed men, 4 exit tunnels, crates loaded onto a silent electric vehicle designed for tunnel transport. Batman retreated to the surface. This required careful planning, not direct confrontation. Penguin's operation was too extensive and well organized. "I need someone who understands how these tunnels actually function," Batman said as he emerged into the fog-shrouded night. "I may know exactly the person," Alfred replied with satisfaction. The Batmobile navigated narrow East End streets to a modest apartment building on Edison Street. Harold Winters, the 87-year-old former chief engineer for Gotham Harbor Authority, had overseen the fog tunnel system's decommissioning and written its definitive technical history. Batman ascended to the 3rd floor, where light spilled from apartment 3C despite the early hour. Through the glass, he saw an elderly man bent over a drafting table, apartment walls lined with maps and technical drawings. Batman tapped softly on the window frame. Harold Winters looked up, squinting through thick glasses, then crossed to unlatch the window with careful movements. "I was wondering when you might visit," Winters said, stepping back. "Since they started disappearing. The harbor workers. I worked with Marco Vega's grandfather. Good family, 3 generations of harbor men. You know why they're disappearing," Batman observed. Winters nodded. "Someone's using the old tunnels, the ones I sealed up myself 30 years ago." He gestured to his drafting table, where an intricate harbor district map was spread. The Cobblepots. That family built half the harbor with half-cut corners and half-paid bribes. He traced underground passages with weathered fingers. Oswald's great-grandfather designed the fog system, not for public safety, to protect his own shipping interests. made sure all tunnels connected to Cobblepot warehouses, giving his operations advantages when fog rolled in. Batman studied the map, comparing it to modern layouts. The tunnels extend further than official records indicate. Of course they do. Tucker Cobblepot wasn't about to put all his advantages on public record. Winters removed a faded blueprint. This is the real system. My predecessor passed it to me, made me promise to keep it private, said some secrets are better left buried. The blueprint revealed a vast network extending throughout the Harbor District and reaching into the Financial District, Fashion District, even wealthy Bristol enclaves. During Prohibition, they moved liquor. During the Depression, money and valuables. During the war, who knows what went through those passages? Batman's cowl system scanned and digitized the information. Days access points. They're still viable. Most would need work to clear debris, but the tunnels themselves, built to last centuries. Cobblepot didn't cut corners on construction. He tapped a specific junction. This is what you want, the central control chamber. From there they directed the massive fans, deciding which harbor areas would be cleared of fog and which remained obscured. Perfect for coordinating smuggling operations. Why are you helping me? Winters straightened with dignity. I spent my life maintaining Gotham's lifelines, keeping the harbor functional, ships moving, commerce flowing. What Cobblepot's doing disrespects all of that. Using my tunnels for weapons trafficking, not while I'm still breathing. He rolled up the blueprint carefully. Take it. But there's something else. He removed a leather-bound journal. The fan systems use machinery that hasn't been manufactured in decades. If Cobblepot's got them working, he needed someone who understands obsolete industrial equipment. Someone like Marco Vega, Batman concluded. Each missing worker had skills valuable for reactivating different system parts. Winters handed over the journal. My maintenance logs. If you're going in there, those tunnels can be disorienting. Sound behaves strangely. Echoes where there shouldn't be any. Silence where noise should carry. The Cobblepots designed it deliberately. As Batman prepared to leave, Winters added, watch for the iron fog. When industrial pollution mixed with natural mist created a rust-colored cloud that could corrode metal overnight. Down in those tunnels, when fans stir up decades of settled particles, visibility drops to nothing. Batman needed one more perspective. From inside law enforcement, at the 12th Precinct rooftop, Detective Renee Montoya was reviewing case files during her early morning break. I was wondering when you'd show up, she said without looking up. 4 missing dock workers, all with specialized skills, all with clean records, too specific to be random. They're not dead, Batman said. They're being used for their expertise. By who? Cobblepot. He's reactivated the old fog tunnel system beneath the harbor, created a smuggling network invisible to harbor patrol and customs. Montoya set down her coffee. We've had rumors about a major weapons shipment, military-grade prototypes that could shift the balance of power in Gotham's underworld. She studied Batman. But you're saying the smuggling routes aren't new. They're old. Very old. Cobblepot uses infrastructure that doesn't appear on modern maps. Access points bypassing all current security. That explains why our surveillance caught nothing. She reached into her case file, extracting photographs. The stolen prototypes include adaptive camouflage systems, sonic disruptors, and DARPA's new smart bullets. They can change trajectory in flight, turn mediocre shots into perfect marksmanship. Buyers? Multiple interested parties attending an auction. Black Mask's organization, Falcone remnants, even delegates from Santa Prisca. All converging on one location. The Iceberg Lounge, Batman confirmed. Tomorrow night, Cobblepop's hosting a private charity auction. Every major underworld player has invitations. She slid a USB drive across the ledge. Everything we have on attendees, weapons, and the lounge's security setup. How much have you shared with superiors? Some, not all. Too many leaks, too many coincidences. I've been building this case quietly. Her gaze was steady. I need these weapons off my streets, no matter how they get removed. In the Batcave's climate-controlled environment, Bruce studied Winter's digitized maps alongside Montoya's information, while Alfred analyzed samples from the tunnel entrance. Fascinating composition, Alfred noted, examining rust-colored residue. Industrial pollutants, sea salt, and mineral deposits created a unique particulate signature. If Winter's warning about iron fog is accurate, breathing this concentrated could cause significant respiratory distress. Add enhanced filtration to the cowl, Bruce instructed. Alfred approached the console. The tunnel network appears structurally sound despite its age. I've identified areas where modern construction likely breached original passages. He indicated intersection points. Bruce added markers to his tactical display, potential vulnerabilities in Penguin's system. His fingers traced the digital map. The central control chamber is here, beneath the eastern shipping container yard. Unused for decades, minimal surface security. Penguin mentioned buyers arriving in 18 hours. The weapons I saw were only a fraction of what was reported stolen. The rest must be staged throughout the network, ready for transport to the auction. Which is why I won't wait for transport, Bruce decided. I'll infiltrate tonight, locate and tag each weapons cache, then coordinate with Montoya to secure them simultaneously, while I deal with Penguin at the lounge. What about the missing workers? Bruce asked. Beyond technical skills, they share one commonality. All four worked on the harbor modernization project 3 years ago, specifically on drainage systems intersecting with the old tunnel network. They discovered something during that project, something that made them valuable to Penguin. Project logs mention unexpected subsurface structures encountered during excavation. The matter was referred to historical preservation officials, then quietly shelved. Penguin buried the discovery. Then, when he needed to reactivate the tunnels, he acquired the only people who knew they existed. Dusk settled over Gotham. As promised, fog began rolling in from the sea. Batman approached the harbor district through storm drainage, avoiding increased security Penguin had placed around the docks. Oracle, Barbara Gordon, joined the operation remotely, providing technical support and real-time harbor security analysis. Thermal imaging shows minimal activity in your vicinity, Oracle reported. Harbor patrol is concentrated on western shipping lanes. You have a clear approach. Batman emerged into air thick with moisture and industrial residue. The fog was denser than in the city proper. Visibility reduced to mere feet. His cowl automatically adjusted, enhancing ambient light and outlining structural elements. He moved between container stacks toward a maintenance shed that, according to Winter's maps, concealed one of the original ventilation shafts. Inside, beneath decades of debris, he located the access panel. Rusted, but recently disturbed. "I've found the entry point," he confirmed. "Signs of recent activity. I'm detecting unusual power consumption in that sector," Oracle cautioned. "Something down there is drawing significant electricity." Batman lifted the heavy panel, revealing a vertical shaft with metal rungs embedded in brick walls. The air carried the distinctive metallic scent Winters had described. The iron fog, particles of rust and industrial residue suspended in moist atmosphere. He descended 30 feet underground, terminating in a brick-lined tunnel with emergency LED lighting. Professional, weather-resistant installation. Penguin was investing in infrastructure, not creating temporary smuggling routes. "I'm in the maintenance tunnel," he reported. Recently upgraded with modern lighting and electrical conduits, Batman moved silently through the tunnel. Winter's warning about acoustic anomalies proved accurate. Sounds seemed to come from multiple directions, echoes carrying farther than they should. He adapted quickly, relying on vibration sensors and visual cues rather than auditory information. The tunnel system grew complex, branching into multiple passages shored up with modern supports. Navigation required constant reference to Winter's maps and observation of usage patterns. Scuff marks, disturbed dust, occasional tools. The tunnel widened into a converted storage area with metal shelving holding maintenance equipment. A workstation against the far wall displayed multiple monitors showing security feeds from throughout the tunnel network. "I've found a security monitoring station," he reported. "It's unmanned at present." Batman examined the isolated network setup. Smart security practice. He deployed a specialized device for remote access. Deploying passive intrusion module. Beginning data extraction, Oracle confirmed. "I'm seeing a comprehensive security grid. Cameras, motion sensors, even atmospheric monitors tracking air quality throughout the tunnels. Penguin's been thorough. This isn't makeshift. He's built permanent infrastructure. I'm seeing something else," Oracle's voice sharpened. "Personnel tracking systems. 4 signals labeled with initials matching our missing workers. MV, TK, DS, and RL. They're being monitored with RFID systems. Different sections of the network. They appear to move freely within limited zones. Not prisoners, more like restricted specialists, each assigned to specific operation areas." Batman studied atmospheric data monitors. They're measuring particulate density, the iron fog Winters mentioned. They're using the original ventilation system to control fog concentration in different tunnel sections, creating visibility barriers where needed, Oracle understood. Tactical application of natural conditions, directing fog to obscure certain areas while keeping others clear. A sudden security feed shift caught Batman's attention. Armed guards entering a tunnel 2 junctions away, moving in his direction. Security patrol approaching, time to move. Data extraction at 60%, Oracle reported. Need 2 more minutes. Too risky to remain. The partial data will suffice. He disconnected the module, then moved toward the exit, opposite the approaching patrol. The new tunnel sloped deeper into the network. Brick architecture showed water damage, mineral deposits creating ghostly wall patterns, small seepage streams forming floor rivulets. The air grew thicker with iron fog, visibility decreasing despite his cow's enhanced modes. Oracle, check the atmospheric monitoring data. Where are the highest iron fog concentrations being directed? 3 areas with deliberately elevated particulate levels. One surrounds the central control chamber, essentially a security measure obscuring approaches, and the others? Separate storage locations based on security protocols. I'd say they're your weapons caches. Batman continued toward the central control chamber, avoiding patrol routes now mapped in his heads-up display. As he approached higher fog concentration areas, he activated the rebreather Alfred had prepared. Through swirling, rusty mist, shapes became indistinct, distances difficult to judge. His cowl compensated, outlining structural elements and highlighting hazards. But the fog's density created disorienting effects even advanced technology couldn't completely overcome. "I'm entering the high concentration zone around the central chamber," he reported. Visibility severely limited. Switching to alternative navigation. The alternative combined Winter's detailed maps with structural scanning mode, allowing navigation by surrounding material density rather than visual cues. Slower but more reliable in near-narrow visibility. The fog thinned suddenly at a pressurized doorway. Modern, heavy-gauge steel with electronic security. Beyond lay a short corridor ending in another similar door, creating an airlock arrangement that kept iron fog from penetrating further. Found an environmental barrier, Batman noted. Recent installation, military-grade security. The control room should be just beyond, Oracle confirmed. That airlock is manned at all times, 2 guards minimum with biometric access requirements. Batman studied the security system. Fingerprint scanner, retinal verification and voice recognition, triple-factor authentication. Can you bypass it? Not without alerting security. But there might be another way. He consulted Winter's maintenance logs. Winters noted a maintenance shaft accessing the primary fan mechanism, a vertical passage too narrow for conventional use. Batman backtracked to follow a narrower tunnel branching upward. This passage showed fewer signs of recent use. Undisturbed dust patches, spaced lighting. He located the maintenance access where Winters indicated. A narrow vertical shaft, barely wide enough for a person, concealed behind a utility panel. Found it, he confirmed. Original 19th century access point, apparently overlooked in Penguin's renovations. He began careful ascent through the narrow shaft. Unlike main access points with built-in ladders, this required true climbing skill, finding purchase on ancient brickwork, testing each hold before committing weight. The shaft rose at a steep angle for 30 feet before leveling into a horizontal crawl space. Approaching the control chamber from above, he reported. Ambient noise increasing. Machinery in operation. The crawl space terminated in a grated opening, overlooking a large chamber filled with historic and modern equipment. Original massive fan mechanisms, cast iron behemoths the size of small cars, had been restored to working condition, their steady rotation creating the background hum. Alongside them, modern computer systems monitored and controlled every aspect of tunnel network operation. Batman counted 4 armed guards patrolling the chamber's perimeter, plus 2 technicians operating control systems. But what drew immediate attention were 3 men working on equipment around the room. Men matching descriptions of the missing harbor workers. "I've located 3 missing workers," he sub-vocalized. "They appear to be performing maintenance functions, not restrained but under armed supervision. They're wearing monitoring devices on their ankles, probably the RFID tags we detected, combined with restraint capabilities." He studied the room's layout, identifying security camera blind spots and plotting approaches. The central control panel would provide access to the entire tunnel system, including weapon storage locations and the iceberg lounge connection. I need a distraction, something to draw security away from the control panel without endangering the workers. He considered the original fan mechanisms, noting how their operation affected chamber air circulation. A mechanical malfunction in the historical equipment, something requiring technical expertise to address. Batman identified his target, a bearing assembly on the nearest fan showing recent repair signs. He removed a precision sonic disruptor from his utility belt, calibrated to affect metal at specific frequencies. When activated near the bearing assembly, it would create vibrations mimicking natural breakdown of overworked components. Gradual enough to avoid suspicion, severe enough to demand immediate attention, Batman positioned himself above the target area, waiting for patrol patterns to create momentary blind spots. When the opportunity came, he deployed the device, attaching it to ceiling infrastructure where it would be invisible from below but close enough to affect the bearing. "Device planted," he confirmed. Estimated 3 minutes until noticeable effects. The sonic disruptor worked precisely, the bearing assembly beginning to emit a high-pitched whine that gradually intensified until a guard looked up with concern. "Something's wrong with fan 3, he called to technicians, making that noise again. I told Cobblepot these ancient machines would need constant maintenance. "Get Vega over there, he fixed it last time." The guard escorted one of the missing workers, Marco Vega, to the fan assembly, joined by the second technician and another guard. As predicted, their attention focused entirely on the malfunctioning equipment, creating the opportunity Batman needed. He removed the grate silently, slipping through the opening to drop behind remaining guards with practiced stealth. The first went down without sound, a precise strike rendering him unconscious. The second began to turn at subliminal awareness of danger, but too late. Batman's attack was efficient, controlled, leaving the man crumpled without alerting others. The technician at the control panel noticed peripheral movement, reaching for an alarm button, only to find his hand caught in an iron grip, Batman materializing beside him as if from the iron fog itself. "Don't!" Batman warned, his voice a harsh whisper, "unless you want me to break something." The technician froze, terror evident. Batman moved him away from controls with controlled force, securing him with specialized restraints before turning attention to the system. The interface was complex but logical. Penguin's operation required efficiency above all. "I've accessed the control system," he informed Oracle. "Uploading connection for remote access. Receiving data," she confirmed. "I can see the entire network now. All access points, security systems, environmental controls." The group working on the fan assembly remained focused on their task, unaware of what had transpired. Batman used the opportunity to study the monitoring system tracking workers' restraints. "The ankle devices are rigged with multiple deterrents," he noted. "Remote shock capability, explosive component, and vitals monitoring that triggers both if tampered with. Can you disable them?" "Not remotely. They require physical access and careful disarming." Batman continued exploring the system. "But I can access their control protocols, prepare a shutdown sequence for deployment once all workers are accounted for." A notification appeared, requesting status update from the Iceberg Lounge. The system required regular check-ins. Batman's window was shrinking. "I can simulate normal communications temporarily," Oracle offered. "Buy you time while you locate the last worker and weapons caches." "Do it," Batman agreed, turning attention to facility maps. "The weapons are stored in 3 separate locations throughout the network, scheduled for consolidation and transport to the lounge beginning in 6 hours. He tagged locations in his navigation system, then focused on personnel tracking. The 4th worker, Robert Linden, is stationed at the primary weapons cache, tunnel, section E7. The fan assembly group had succeeded in quieting the bearing noise. Batman needed to move quickly before they returned and discovered their colleagues. "Oracle, coordinate with GCPD. Have Montoya prepare teams for simultaneous raids on storage locations once I've confirmed positions and disabled explosive failsafes." Batman moved toward the fan assembly group, timing his approach to coincide with Oracle's simulated communications response. The distraction provided cover for him to approach from shadows behind equipment banks. "Batman." Marco Vega spotted him first, exhausted expression transforming to desperate hope. "Thank God!" Guards reacted instantly, reaching for weapons, but Batman was already in motion, closing distance before they could bring firearms to bear. The first went down to a precision solar plexus strike, the second caught by a sweeping kick. The technician tried to flee toward an alarm panel, but a batarang struck his hand with painful accuracy. In seconds, all 3 were subdued. Batman turned attention to Vega and the other workers, examining their ankle monitors. "How long have you been down here?" he asked. "Weeks," Vega replied, voice hoarse with fatigue. "They took us one by one, knew exactly who had the skills they needed to get these old systems working, said they'd kill our families if we didn't cooperate." He gestured to the ankle monitor. Bees track everything: location, vital signs. Try to remove them, they explode. Try to run, they deliver shocks that can stop your heart. Batman nodded grimly. I'm going to disable them, but I need all 4 of you together. Where's Robert Linden? Weapons storage? Another worker. Supplied. They rotate us through different stations. He's been there 3 days, monitoring temperature and humidity for military protest. Can you bring him here without alerting security? Vega nodded. They let us communicate for maintenance coordination. I can request assistance with the fan system. Say we need his expertise with electrical components. While Vega used the communication system, Batman accessed security controls for the tunnel section containing weapons. I'm creating a secure extraction route, he explained. Once I've disabled your restraints, you'll follow this path to the surface. Detective Montoya will have officers waiting. The communication system crackled with response. Linden acknowledging the assistance request and reporting he was en route. Batman studied ankle monitor schematics, preparing the precise sequence needed to disable all 4 simultaneously without triggering failsafes. Oracle, he subvocalized. I've found the control protocols for explosive restraints. Uploading now. These are sophisticated, military-grade security with multiple redundancies. You'll need to disarm them in perfect sync or failsafes will trigger. Can you develop a bypass sequence? Should have something by the time Linden arrives. The chamber's security door signaled incoming access. Batman moved to concealment, ready to intercept if it wasn't Linden. Workers positioned themselves to block view of subdued guards, creating normal activity tableau. The door admitted Robert Linden, showing the same exhaustion and stress as his colleagues. He froze momentarily upon seeing Batman emerge from shadows, but Vega's reassuring nod prompted him to continue forward. 4 for 4, Batman confirmed to Oracle. All workers accounted for. Bypass sequence ready, she replied. Uploading to your gauntlet computer now. You'll need direct connection to each device. Simultaneous deactivation. Batman explained the process to workers, who arranged themselves in a circle, allowing him access to all 4 ankle monitors at once. The bypass required precision timing and perfect execution. The slightest error would trigger explosive components. Ready, he announced, initiating bypass in 3, 2, 1. The specialized tool in his gauntlet connected to all 4 devices simultaneously, delivering the bypass sequence in a precisely timed digital burst. For a tense moment, the monitor's status lights flickered between red and green. Then all 4 settled on green before powering down completely, locking mechanisms releasing with audible clicks. It worked, Vega breathed, relief evident as he removed the device. Security bypass successful, Batman confirmed to Oracle. Workers are free, beginning extraction. He guided the 4 men to the tunnel he designated as their escape route, providing clear navigation instructions to the surface extraction point where Montoya's team would be waiting. Stay together, move quickly but cautiously. Follow the emergency lights I've activated. Vega paused before entering the tunnel. What about you? There are dozens of guards throughout this network. I still have work to do, Batman replied. The weapons need to be secured and Penguin needs to be stopped. As workers disappeared into the escape tunnel, Batman turned attention back to control systems. With Oracle's assistance, he mapped the most efficient route to weapons caches, prioritizing the primary storage location Linden had just left. I'm detecting increased communication traffic between the control room and the Iceberg Lounge, Oracle warned. They're expecting a status update that my simulation can't provide much longer. Alert Montoya to prepare for immediate raid on all 3 weapons locations. I'll proceed to the primary cache now. Confirm contents and disable any booby trap. Batman moved swiftly through the tunnel network, using security access from the control room to bypass locked doors and avoid patrol routes. The path to primary weapons cache took him deeper into the system, toward chambers extending beneath the harbor itself. The century-old brickwork showed water infiltration signs, walls glistening with moisture, iron fog growing thicker as he approached the storage area. Entering high security zone, he reported. Environmental controls show deliberate fog concentration in this section. Be careful, Oracle cautioned. At current levels, extended exposure would cause serious respiratory damage, even with your enhanced filtration. Batman activated his rebreather, providing additional protection against the corrosive atmosphere. Visibility dropped dramatically as he continued forward, the fog taking on rust-red coloration. His enhanced vision could penetrate only a few feet ahead, forcing reliance on mapped routes and proximity sensors. The weapons cache was housed in what had once been a major junction chamber. Batman approached cautiously, aware that security measures would be more heavily defended than any area he'd encountered. Motion sensors detected, he noted, his cowl identifying the invisible security grids spanning the chamber approach. Millimeter wave scanning technology can detect movement through fog. Can you bypass them? Not without specialized equipment, but I can use their own security measures against them. Batman studied environmental controls accessible through his gauntlet computer. They've designed the system to increase fog density as a defensive measure. I'll trigger it manually, use the reduced visibility to mask my approach. The effect was immediate. Ventilation systems roared to life, pumping iron-laden mist into the chamber at accelerated rates. Visibility dropped to near zero, the rust-colored cloud becoming almost solid. Batman moved forward, using the security system's limitations against it. Motion sensors were calibrated for normal movement patterns, not the deliberate, methodical approach he now employed. Chamber guards responded to environmental change with confusion, their voices muffled by dense fog as they questioned whether this was a scheduled security test or system malfunction. Batman used their disorientation to his advantage, moving from one to another with silent efficiency, rendering each unconscious before they could raise alarms. When he reached the chamber center, the weapons cache came into view, stacked crates bearing military markings, each secured with sophisticated locks. He confirmed contents matched stolen Albrecht Industries prototypes, then planted specialized tracking devices on each container. Primary weapons cache confirmed and tagged, he reported to Oracle, ready for GCPD seizure. Montoya's strike teams are in position at all 3 locations, she confirmed, awaiting your signal. Batman completed chamber inspection, confirming no explosive booby traps that might endanger incoming officers. Give Montoya the green light. Tell her teams to expect unconscious guards and extreme environmental conditions. They'll need respiratory protection. With the primary objective secured, Batman turned attention to the final phase. Penguin himself. The direct connection to the Iceberg Lounge would allow him to circumvent the club's formidable external security. Proceeding to the Iceberg Lounge access tunnel, he informed Oracle. Montoya's teams can handle weapons seizure. I need to ensure Penguin doesn't escape in the confusion. Communications from the lounge indicate Penguin is aware something's wrong. He's ordered security lockdown of all tunnel access points. Expected, Batman replied, already moving toward the connection tunnel. But he can't lock down what he doesn't know exists. The passage to the lounge was newer than the rest of the network, dating to the renovation that transformed the old Cobblepot warehouse into Penguin's opulent nightclub. Unlike brick tunnels of the original system, this connector was modern, steel-reinforced concrete with proper waterproofing and climate control. The tunnel terminated at what appeared to be a solid wall, but Batman's structural analysis revealed the truth. A hidden door, disguised to blend perfectly with surrounding concrete. The security system was sophisticated. Pressure plates, thermal sensors, and a concealed biometric scanner. Penguin's private entrance, Batman noted. Designed for personal use only. Can you bypass it? Not quickly or quietly, but there's an alternative. He examined the ceiling above the hidden door, where ventilation ducts provided air circulation between the tunnel system and the lounge's basement level. Maintenance access through environmental systems. Batman removed a specialized cutting tool designed for silent operation. With precision born of years of practice, he created an opening in the ventilation duct, large enough to allow passage while minimizing structural damage that might trigger alarm. Entering the iceberg lounge through secondary route, he reported. Batman pulled himself into the duct, moving with practiced ease through the confined space. The ventilation system opened into a maintenance room in the lounge's basement, a space filled with mechanical systems that maintained the club's carefully controlled atmosphere. The iceberg lounge's back corridors were a stark contrast to opulent public spaces, functional, utilitarian, designed for efficiency rather than aesthetic. Batman moved through them like a shadow, his familiarity with the building's layout allowing him to avoid increased security patrols Penguin had implemented. Penguin's in his office, Oracle reported. Monitoring system shows he's making frantic calls, trying to establish contact with his tunnel operation. Status of the auction guests. Still gathering in the main lounge. They've been told the viewing of merchandise will be delayed due to final quality inspections. Montoya's undercover officers report growing impatience. Batman reached the access point to Penguin's private office. A hallway monitored by 2 armed guards in tactical gear carrying military-grade weapons. They were Penguin's personal security detail, professionals rather than thugs. Need a distraction, Batman sub-vocalized to Oracle. I've triggered a maintenance alert in the sprinkler system 2 corridors over. Not an actual alarm, just a system notification that should require security verification. As predicted, 1 guard received the alert through his earpiece. After brief discussion with his colleague, he departed to investigate, leaving a single guard at the office door. Batman waited until the remaining guard's attention shifted momentarily to check a security update, then made his move. Swift, silent, efficient. The guard was unconscious before he could register the shadow that detached from the corridor's darkness. Batman accessed the office door using the guard's security credentials, entering Penguin's private domain with silent precision. The office was a study in contrasts, part sophisticated business center, part personal museum to Cobblepot family maritime history. Display cases held navigational instruments, ship models, and historical artifacts, while state-of-the-art communications equipment occupied a modern desk overlooking the club through one-way glass. Oswald Cobblepot stood with his back to the door, attention focused on monitors, showing security feeds from throughout his empire. His posture conveyed barely contained fury as he watched GCPD teams systematically dismantling his smuggling network on multiple screens. "Incompetent fools," he snarled into a communication device. How did they find all 3 locations simultaneously? Who talked? He slammed his trademark umbrella against the desk in frustration. Years of planning, millions invested, all collapsing in a single night. That's the problem with empires built underground, Batman said from the shadows behind him. Eventually they all cave in. Penguin whirled, his normally composed demeanor cracking further at the sight of his nemesis standing in his supposedly secure office. For a moment, raw fear flashed across his features. before being replaced by calculated defiance. "Batman!" he spat, his aristocratic accent thickening with emotion. "I might have known, crawling through the muck and mire to interfere in legitimate business matters. Kidnapping, weapons trafficking, and attempted mass distribution of military hardware aren't legitimate business, Oswald," Batman replied evenly. "Your fog has lifted, the workers you abducted are free, your weapons are confiscated, and your tunnel network is being sealed as we speak." Penguin's grip tightened on his umbrella, a weapon Batman knew concealed multiple deadly features. "You think you've won? This setback is merely temporary. The Cobblepot legacy wasn't built in a day, nor will it fall in one." "Every access point mapped," Batman corrected him. "Every cache located. Your historical knowledge was impressive, Oswald, but you're not the only one who understands Gotham's hidden architecture." Fury and calculation warred in Penguin's expression as he assessed his options. His gaze darted to security feeds, confirming the systematic dismantling of his operation, then to one-way glass overlooking the club, where his auction guests milled in growing confusion. The confirmation came as Penguin thumbed a concealed switch on his umbrella, its tip erupting with a blinding flash, intended to disorient and disable. Batman had anticipated the move, his cowl's protective systems activating automatically to filter the intense light. Penguin used the moment to lunge toward a hidden panel in the wall behind his desk, the emergency exit Batman had already identified from tunnel schematics. But his movement was slowed by his physical limitations, giving Batman the crucial seconds needed to intercept him before he could activate the escape route. The confrontation was brief but intense, Penguin fighting with desperate energy of a man facing his empire's collapse, deploying every weapon concealed within his seemingly innocuous umbrella. A blade extended from its tip, slicing through air where Batman had been moments before. Gas hissed from concealed vents in its handle, but dissipated harmlessly against Batman's filtered breathing system. "It's over, Oswald," Batman stated, catching the umbrella's shaft in a grip that even Penguin's specialized mechanics couldn't break. "Your auction has no merchandise, your network is exposed, and your buyers are about to be arrested. There's nowhere left to run." With a final effort born of frustration more than strategic thinking, Penguin attempted to activate the umbrella's most deadly feature, a concealed firearm built into its handle. Batman twisted the weapon from his grasp before he could complete the action, the umbrella clattering harmlessly to the floor as its owner found himself immobilized in an inescapable hold. "The mighty Batman," Penguin sneered, his defiance persistent even in defeat. "So pleased with yourself for disrupting a simple arms deal. Do you think this changes anything in Gotham? There will always be buyers, always be sellers. The market merely adjusts." "Perhaps," Batman acknowledged, securing Penguin's hands with specialized restraints. "But tonight, those weapons won't reach Gotham's streets. The workers you kidnapped will return to their families, and you'll have plenty of time to consider a different business model. From inside Blackgate Penitentiary." As if on cue, the office door opened to admit Detective Montoya, accompanied by uniformed officers. She surveyed the scene with professional satisfaction. "Oswald Cobblepot," she announced formally. "You're under arrest for kidnapping, weapons trafficking, conspiracy, and about 24 other charges we're still cataloging." She nodded respectfully to Batman as her officers took custody of the fuming Penguin. "Good work. The weapons are secured, the workers are giving statements, and we're rounding up the auction attendees as we speak." Batman stepped back, allowing the legal process to take its course. The tunnel network, being mapped and sealed by Harbor Authority engineers, Montoya confirmed, with Harold Winters consulting to ensure we find every last passage. As officers led Penguin away, Batman moved to the window overlooking the harbor. The fog was finally beginning to lift, revealing the first hints of dawn breaking over Gotham's eastern shore. Below, harbor lights twinkled through thinning mist, boats rocking gently in their moorings, unaware of the drama that had played out beneath their keels. In the tunnels below, the iron fog would remain for generations more, a rust-colored reminder of Gotham's industrial past and the Cobblepot family's twisted legacy. But for now, at least, it would no longer conceal weapons or hold prisoners. The ancient passageways would return to their slumber, their secrets once again hidden beneath the city's ceaseless rhythms, waiting for the fog to roll in once more. As Batman prepared to depart the Iceberg Lounge, Oracle's voice carried a note of concern through his cowl. "We are receiving reports from the botanical district," she said quietly. "Multiple industrial sites showing unusual plant growth overnight. Something's happening in Robinson Park." Batman paused at the window, watching the harbor fog finally dissipate to reveal the first hints of dawn. The industrial quarters crisis was resolved, but Gotham's shadows held many secrets. Some moved through forgotten tunnels beneath the earth. Others grew in the spaces between concrete and steel, reaching toward the light with purposes all their own. "Send me the coordinates," Batman replied, his cape billowing as he prepared to swing into the awakening city. The harbor's iron fog was lifting, but somewhere across Gotham, in gardens both wild and tended, a different kind of mist was beginning to settle, one that carried the scent of roses and the promise of thorn. Mist clung to Gotham's streets like a living thing, twining between buildings and softening the harsh edges of the city's architecture. From his vantage point atop Wayne Tower, Batman watched as tendrils of fog wrapped around the street lamps below, their light diffusing into gentle halos. The night was unusually quiet. No sirens wailed, no car alarms shattered the stillness. It was the kind of peace that, in Gotham, always preceded something worse. "Master Bruce," Alfred's voice came through his cowl, "the botanical anomalies have spread to Robinson Park. That makes 3 locations in the past week." Batman's gaze shifted northward, where he could just make out the dark expanse of the park against the city's glow. Any casualties? None reported. But the pattern is concerning. There was a pause, filled with the soft sound of papers being shuffled. Each outbreak begins small, a flower bed blooming out of season, trees growing at impossible rates. Then, within hours, the vegetation becomes aggressive, reclaiming entire city blocks. It's as if the plants are purposeful. "Ivy," Batman said, the name barely more than a whisper carried away by the night breeze. Pamela Isley had been quiet for months, too quiet. These incidents bore her signature but lacked her usual flair for dramatic revelation. She was planning something larger, using these outbreaks as tests or distractions. "I need to see the latest site." The journey across Gotham's rooftops was familiar, a meditation of movement that allowed his mind to work through possibilities. Ivy's methods had evolved over the years, her command over plant life growing more sophisticated, more intimate. Whatever she was planning now would be beyond anything they'd seen before. Robinson Park appeared normal from a distance, until Batman reached its northern edge. There, the transformation was stark and unsettling. Trees had burst through concrete, their roots cracking and lifting sidewalks like paper. Flowering vines covered buildings, their blooms luminescent in the darkness, pulsing with a soft blue light that seemed almost electrical. The air here smelled different, richer, heavier with oxygen and something else he couldn't quite identify. He sub-vocalized as he landed silently on a relatively clear patch of ground. I need atmospheric readings from this location. Already running them, Barbara Gordon replied. Oxygen levels are 15% above normal. There's also an unidentified compound in the air, organic, complex molecular structure. It's similar to compounds found at the other sites, but more concentrated. Batman moved deeper into the transformed area, his steps careful on ground now carpeted with moss that seemed to glow faintly at his touch. The buildings here, a school, several apartment complexes, a corner market, were almost unrecognizable beneath the vegetation. Yet there was an undeniable beauty to the transformation, a harmony to how the plants had integrated with the urban structures rather than simply destroying them. It's like she's creating a new kind of architecture, he observed quietly. Not erasing the human elements, but incorporating them. Quite the artist, our Miss Isley, Alfred commented dryly, though I doubt the residents appreciate being part of her installation. Where are the people, Alfred? A neighborhood this size should have hundreds of residents. Evacuated, according to GCPD reports. The plant growth was slow enough to allow for orderly withdrawal, almost as if she wanted the area empty. Batman finished, kneeling to examine a cluster of flowers he didn't recognize. Their petals were translucent, revealing pulsing veins of luminescent fluid within. These aren't natural species. No, indeed, Alfred agreed. I've been consulting botanical references. Many of these plants appear to be hybrids, impossible cross between species that shouldn't be compatible. Miss Isley has been busy in her greenhouse. Batman carefully collected samples, storing them in specialized compartments of his utility belt. The plants seemed to react to his touch, turning toward him like faces following the sun. They're responsive, he noted. More so than typical phototropism would explain. He continued deeper into the transformed zone, where the changes grew more profound. Here, buildings had been not just covered but reshaped, their structures altered to accommodate massive root systems and spiraling growths that resembled nothing found in nature. The air was thick with spores that danced in the beams of his cowl's lights, creating constellations of living particles. This is more than Ivy's usual work, he said, watching as a nearby vine adjusted its position, curling away from his approach. These plants aren't just growing, they're adapting, learning. Sir, Alfred's voice held a note of urgency. I've been analyzing police reports from the other affected areas. There's something unusual about the evacuation patterns. People reported feeling unusually calm during the plant takeover. Some even described it as euphoric. Batman paused, suddenly aware of his own steady breathing, the unusual clarity of his thoughts despite the strangeness surrounding him. The compound in the air, he realized, it's affecting human neurology, subtle enough not to be immediately noticed. A mood stabilizer, Oracle suggested, or something more targeted. Unknown. Batman activated additional filters in his cowl's breathing apparatus, but I need to minimize exposure until we understand it better. At the center of the transformed area, Batman found what appeared to be the epicenter of the growth, a small community garden that had existed before Ivy's influence. Now it had become something else entirely, a pulsing heart of botanical experimentation. Plants here grew in geometric patterns, their structures more architectural than organic, forming what almost resembled circuits or neural networks. She's building something, he realized, scanning the patterns. These aren't random growths, this is infrastructure. For what purpose? Alfred asked. Batman knelt beside what appeared to be a central node in the plant network. A massive flower, unlike anything he had ever seen. Its petals were folded tightly closed, but pulsed with internal light that suggested activity within. Oracle, I'm sending detailed scans of this structure. It appears dormant, but there's significant activity inside. Receiving now, she confirmed. Bruce, this is... I don't even have reference points for this kind of plant structure. It's like a biological computer, but the complexity is beyond anything in our databases. As Batman studied the strange flower, he noticed subtle movements in the vegetation around him, a coordinated shifting that suggested awareness. The plants were watching him, responding to his presence, not individually, but as a collective intelligence. I need to find Ivy, he said, straightening. These are test sites. Whatever she's building, these are just prototypes. And where does one find a botanical genius with a grudge against humanity? Alfred mused. Her usual haunts have been abandoned for months. Batman's gaze swept the transformed landscape, seeing it with new understanding. We look for patterns. These outbreaks aren't random. They form a map. She's telling us something with their locations. Or leading you somewhere, Oracle cautioned. Either way I need to follow. Batman launched his grapnel, pulling himself above the canopy of altered plants. From this height he could see how the three transformed zones created points in the city landscape. If connected, Alfred, the three outbreak sites form an equilateral triangle if mapped. What's at the center point? There was a pause as Alfred consulted the map. Gotham Botanical Gardens. The old Victorian conservatory section closed for renovations since last spring. Of course, Batman said softly, hidden in plain sight. The journey to the botanical gardens took him across Gotham's rooftops once more. But this time, Batman noticed small signs of Ivy's influence spreading beyond the quarantine zones. Window boxes with flowers that turned to track his movement. Ivy growing in patterns too perfect to be natural. Street trees whose branches seemed to reach toward him as he passed overhead. The entire city was being watched by a network of seemingly innocent plants. The botanical gardens sprawled over 30 acres at the city's northeastern edge, a remnant of more elegant times, when Gotham's wealthy elite had funded monuments to culture and science. The Victorian Conservatory stood at its heart, an elaborate iron and glass cathedral that had once housed exotic specimens from around the world. Now dark and officially closed to the public, it loomed against the night sky like a forgotten palace. Batman approached cautiously, aware that if this was indeed Ivy's base, the entire grounds would be under her control. The gardens surrounding the conservatory appeared normal at first glance, but closer inspection revealed subtle alterations. Plants arranged in two perfect configurations, species growing together that should have been incompatible, flowers blooming out of season. Her signature is all over this place, he subvocalized to Oracle, but subdued, controlled. She's being careful not to draw attention. The conservation staff reported unusual growth patterns 3 weeks ago, Oracle replied, but attributed it to the new sustainable gardening practices they implemented. No one's been inside the Victorian section since the renovation closure. Perfect cover, Batman noted. She has access to equipment, specimens, and isolation. He moved silently through the outer gardens, sensing rather than seeing the plants respond to his presence. They didn't move openly, but he could feel a subtle shift in the environment, a communal awareness tracking his progress. The air grew richer, headier with oxygen and trace compounds that his filters couldn't completely neutralize. Alfred, he said quietly, what do we know about the conservatory's original purpose? More than mere display, according to the Historical Society records, Alfred replied. It was built in 1889 by the Elliot family, botanical industrialists who specialized in medicinal plants. The conservatory housed their research facilities, quite progressive for the time. Any connection to modern botanical research? Interestingly, yes. The University of Gotham's Advanced Botanical Studies program maintained archives in the conservatory's basement level until about 5 years ago, when they were supposedly transferred to the new research campus. Supposedly? There appears to be some discrepancy in the transfer records. Certain collections never arrived at the new facility. Batman reached the conservatory's main entrance locked and chained, with municipal notices declaring it closed for renovation. The glass panes above were dark, revealing nothing of the interior, but thin tendrils of mist escaped through minute gaps in the structure, carrying that same sweet, heavy scent he detected at the outbreak sites. "She's using the old research," he concluded. "Whatever the Elliots were working on, whatever was left behind, she's built upon it." He bypassed the main entrance, instead finding a maintenance access point that would draw less attention. The lock mechanism was modern but simple, yielding easily to his tools. As the door swung open, a wave of humid, pheromone-rich air washed over him. Even with his filters, he could feel its effects. A subtle lightening of mood, a softening of vigilance. "Enhancing filter systems," he murmured, adjusting his cowl's protective measures. "The air compound is stronger here, concentrated." Inside, the conservatory was transformed. What had once been ordered display areas were now an integrated ecosystem that blurred the lines between distinct habitats. Plants from different continents, different climate zones, grew together in impossible harmony. Massive trees stretched toward the glass ceiling, their canopies creating a living roof beneath the iron framework. Flowering vines wrapped around every structural element, pulsing with that same bioluminescent quality he'd observed at the outbreak sites. But most striking was the layout. Not chaotic, but precisely planned. The plants formed patterns that reminded Batman of circuit boards or neural networks, similar to what he'd seen at Robinson Park, but vastly more complex. This wasn't just Ivy's usual plant manipulation. This was botanical engineering on an unprecedented scale. She's creating a system, he realized, scanning the patterns. These plants aren't just growing, they're communicating, processing information. "A biological computer?" Oracle suggested. "Using plant neural networks?" More than that. Batman moved deeper into the transformed space, noting how each section seemed to serve a specific function in the larger system. This is integration. She's building something that bridges plant and human neurology. The center of the conservatory had been transformed into what could only be described as a throne room, a cathedral of plants where architecture and biology had merged completely. Here, the patterns were most complex, the bioluminescence brightest, and at its heart, nestled within what appeared to be a massive flower that dwarfed the one he'd seen at Robinson Park, sat Pamela Eastley. She appeared almost as transformed as her surroundings. Ivy's skin held more green than human tone. Her hair a cascade of deep red that blended imperceptibly with the flowering vines that both clothed and connected her to the larger system. Her eyes, when they opened at his approach, were entirely green, with no visible iris or pupil. "Batman," she acknowledged, her voice carrying harmonics that seemed to resonate with the plants around them. "You found my invitation." "The outbreaks," he said. "Tests or signposts?" A smile curved her lips. "Both. I needed to perfect the formula, and I knew you'd follow the pattern eventually." She gestured, and the plants around her shifted, creating an open path toward her throne. "You're just in time for the blooming." Batman remained where he was, scanning the environment for threats. Every plant here was potentially under Ivy's control, but some would be more dangerous than others. He identified at least 12 species he recognized as capable of producing toxins or physical hazards. "What are you planning, Pamela?" he asked, using her human name deliberately. "These plants, they're affecting human neurology, mood alteration." "So clinical," she sighed. "Always reducing my work to chemical formulas and biological hazards. This is evolution, Batman. Symbiosis." She stroked a vine that curled lovingly around her arm. "Humans have separated themselves from nature, built walls between their minds and the living world. I'm removing those walls. By force," he noted, "without consent. Did humanity ask consent before destroying ecosystems, before driving countless species to extinction?" Her voice remained calm, but the plants around her responded to her emotion, trembling slightly. "I tried persuasion. I tried demonstration. Now I'm trying salvation. As she spoke, Batman noticed movement throughout the conservatory. Plants shifting position, spore-producing structures turning toward him, tendrils creeping closer along the ground. She was mobilizing her defenses. "The compound in the air," he said. "It's just the beginning, isn't it? You're planning something larger scale." "The breath of Gaia," she confirmed, a note of pride entering her voice. "A pheromone compound that restores humanity's connection to the natural world. It removes the psychological barriers humans have built. The delusion that you're separate from nature, superior to it. Under its influence, people understand they're just one species among many, sharing this planet as equals." "Mind control," Batman translated. Ivy shook her head, disappointment evident in her expression. "Understanding, empathy, the ability to hear what plants have been telling us all along." She gestured to the massive flower that formed her throne. "This is the mother bloom. When it opens, it will release enough of the compound to transform all of Gotham. People will wake from their disconnected state and finally understand what they've been destroying." Batman needed to stall, to gather more information while assessing possible countermeasures. "The outbreaks showed your compound induces calm, even euphoria, but long-term effects? Permanent awakening," she said simply. "The neural pathways once formed don't regress. Humanity will finally see itself as part of the whole, not its master. And if people resist this, awakening," a shadow passed across Ivy's face. "The compound affects brain chemistry. Those who fight it experience discomfort. But that's a small price for salvation." "Discomfort," Batman repeated. "You mean psychosis, pain, potential brain damage, only in extreme cases." For the first time, Ivy's composure slipped. The plants around her responded immediately, movement rippling through the conservatory as tendrils reached toward Batman. "And only for those who violently reject connection. Most people accept it readily. They're hungry for it, Batman. Humans evolved alongside plants for millions of years. This artificial separation is new, unnatural." Batman had been surreptitiously scanning the mother bloom as they spoke. Its structure was similar to the dormant bud he'd found at Robinson Park, but exponentially larger and clearly in the final stages before opening. Within its tightly folded petals, his sensors detected massive reservoirs of the compound, concentrated and ready for dispersal. "How soon?" he asked. Ivy's smile returned, serene and certain. "Dawn. When the first light touches the conservatory glass, the mother bloom opens." She leaned forward slightly. "You could join me, you know. Experience the awakening before others. See what I'm offering before you judge it. I've seen your other test subjects. he replied. "The ones who didn't respond well to your compounds? They're in Arkham's medical wing, Pamela, locked in plant-induced hallucinations they can't escape. Failed formulations," she dismissed with a wave. "Imperfect ratios? I've refined the compound since then. Based on human suffering. Based on necessary research." Again, the plants responded to her emotion, a wave of movement rippling outward from her throne. "You think your precious pharmaceutical companies test differently. At least my subjects feel joy before the occasional negative reaction." While keeping her engaged in conversation, Batman had been mapping escape routes and calculating the most effective countermeasures. The Mother Bloom was the obvious target, but destroying it might release its contents prematurely. He needed more information. "The Victorian research you found here," he said. "What was it?" The question seemed to please her, a genuine smile softening her features. "Brilliant work, buried by time and corporate interests. The Elliots were visionaries. They discovered principles of plant communication decades before modern science caught up. They were working on botanical compounds that could influence human consciousness, open channels between species." She gestured to the living architecture around them. "I've simply built upon their foundation, with better tools and understanding, and the university research. Complementary, focused on bioluminescent communication in fungi networks, the internet of the plant world. The combination gave me everything I needed." She studied him, her entirely green eyes unblinking. "You're stalling, Batman, calculating angles of attack, planning countermeasures. But you're also curious. Part of you wants to understand." She wasn't wrong. Despite the clear danger, the scientist in him was fascinated by what she'd accomplished. The integration of disparate plant species, the creation of a biological network that could process and respond to complex stimuli. In another context, her work could revolutionize medicine, agriculture, environmental restoration. "It doesn't have to be this way," he said. "Your research has value, Pamela. Real applications that could help both humanity and the natural world. I tried that path," she replied, a deep sadness entering her voice. "For years I published papers, gave lectures, developed sustainable technologies, and watched as corporations buried my work, as governments ignored climate collapse, as people continued consuming without thought." The plants around her throne curled inward as if sharing her pain. "This is the only way to create change fast enough to matter." As she spoke, Batman noticed a subtle shift in the conservatory's atmosphere. The air seemed to grow thicker, the bioluminescence brighter. The Mother Bloom gave a barely perceptible shudder, its massive petals flexing slightly. "It's beginning," Ivy said, noting his observation. "The Mother Bloom responds to light cycles, but also to my commands, and I've decided to accelerate the timeline." Her smile turned challenging. "Now you have a choice, Batman. Try to stop me and risk releasing the compound prematurely, or witness the awakening of Gotham." Batman had faced similar ultimatums before, situations where direct confrontation carried unacceptable risks, but he'd also prepared for this moment since identifying the pattern of outbreaks. "Oracle," he sub-vocalized. "Initiate protocol greenhouse." "Acknowledged," came the immediate response. "Teams are in position, awaiting your signal." Ivy watched him, curiosity mingling with wariness. "What are you planning?" "A third option," Batman replied. From hidden compartments in his utility belt, he removed what appeared to be simple pellets, no larger than marbles. With practiced precision, he threw them toward key structural points throughout the conservatory, nodes where the plant network connected, where the circuit-like patterns converged. "Attacking my children?" Ivy said, her voice hardening. As plants throughout the space began moving more aggressively, vines whipped toward him. Flowering structures turned to release defensive spores. Your little toys can't harm them fast enough. They're not weapons, Batman said, dodging the first wave of botanical attacks with practiced agility. They're messengers. The pellets burst upon impact, releasing not toxins but specialized pollen, engineered specifically based on the samples he'd collected from the outbreak sites. As it dispersed through the conservatory, the effect was immediate and unexpected. Throughout the vast space, plants paused in their attack, trembling as if confused. "What have you done?" Ivy demanded, rising from her throne as the network around her responded with increasing agitation. The bioluminescence flickered, patterns of light surging and fading irregularly. "Introduced a competing signal," Batman explained, continuing to move through the space, deploying more of the engineered pollen at strategic points. "Your network relies on chemical and electrical communication between plants. I've created interference." Ivy's expression shifted from confusion to fury. "You're hurting them. They can't understand. The signals are chaos." She reached out with both arms, physically and mentally attempting to reassert control over her creations. Throughout the conservatory, plants wavered between responding to her commands and reacting to the new signals. "Not hurting," Batman corrected. "Communicating differently, giving them options beyond your control." The mother bloom began to shudder more violently, its petals flexing as if in distress. Ivy turned to it, her expression desperate. "No, not yet. It's too soon." Batman took advantage of her divided attention to deploy the final phase of his countermeasure. From a specialized compartment in his utility belt, he removed what appeared to be a small spray device. Moving with practiced speed, he approached one of the main ventilation ducts that ran through the conservatory's original infrastructure, a system Ivy had incorporated rather than replaced. "Oracle, now," he sub-vocalized. Throughout Gotham, teams deployed by Oracle and coordinated with GCPD activated similar devices at key points in the city's air circulation systems. Within the conservatory, Batman Spray released a compound developed by Lucius Fox, a botanical stabilizer that would neutralize the psychoactive elements of Ivy's pheromones without harming the plants themselves. The effect rippled through the conservatory. The frantic movement of the plants gradually slowed, the irregular pulses of bioluminescence steadying into a more rhythmic pattern. The mother bloom's violent shuddering subsided, its petals relaxing into a partially open state but not fully blooming. Ivy staggered, one hand pressed to her temple. Her connection to the plant network meant she felt its confusion, its transition as the competing signals resolved into a new equilibrium. What have you done to them?" she asked, her voice less resonant, more human. "Created balance," Batman said, approaching her with caution. "Your compound had potential, Pamela, but forcing evolution never works as intended. My countermeasure doesn't destroy your network. It modifies the communication, makes it voluntary rather than compulsory." Around them, the conservatory continued to transform, but differently now. Plants still followed the circuit-like patterns Ivy had established, but with more variation, more individual expression. The bioluminescence remained, but shifted toward cooler blues and purples, rather than the intense greens of before. "They're choosing," Ivy said wonderingly, watching as the plants around her responded in new ways. Some still reached toward her, maintaining their connection, while others withdrew, establishing separate patterns. "You've given them autonomy, the same autonomy you would have taken from humans," Batman pointed out. "Your goal of connection was never wrong, Pamela. Your methods were." The mother bloom had stabilized into a partially open state, its petals revealing a complex inner structure that pulsed with light, but the massive reservoirs of concentrated compound remained contained within specialized structures, neither released nor destroyed. "It won't work," Ivy said, though uncertainty had entered her voice. "Plants need direction, purpose. Without my guidance, the network will collapse, or evolve in ways you haven't imagined," Batman countered. "You've created something remarkable here, a bridge between plant and human neurology. But true bridges allow traffic in both directions, with neither side controlling the other." Throughout the conservatory, GCPD officers in specialized protective gear were now entering, guided by Oracle's coordination. They moved carefully, following paths Batman had identified as safe, avoiding areas where plants remained aggressive or defensive. Ivy watched their approach with resignation rather than anger. "They'll destroy everything, quarantine it, study it, then erase it when they can't control it." "No," Batman said firmly. "The conservatory will be secured, but preserved. I've made arrangements with specialists who understand the value of your work, legitimate researchers who can help develop applications that benefit both humanity and the natural world." "You expect me to believe that?" Skepticism filled her voice, but Batman could see the hope she was trying to suppress. Despite everything, Pamela Isley remained a scientist at heart, someone who wanted her work to matter, to create positive change. "I expect you to see for yourself," he replied. "In Arkham, initially, while your system is purged of the more aggressive compounds. Then, potentially, as a consultant to the research team, under strict supervision." She laughed softly, shaking her head. Always the optimist beneath that dark exterior. But she didn't resist as the officers approached, specialized restraints ready. "They'll never understand what I've created." "Some will," Batman said. "The right people just need time and proper introduction, not forced enlightenment." As Ivy was taken into custody, Batman remained in the conservatory, working with specialized teams to stabilize the plant network and contain the partially opened mother bloom. The massive flower would need careful handling, its contents neutralized gradually to prevent any sudden release. Hours later, as dawn finally broke over Gotham, light streamed through the conservatory's Victorian glass panels. The transformed space looked different in daylight, less mysterious perhaps, but no less remarkable. The plants continued their new patterns of semi-autonomous behavior, forming shifting configurations that responded to the changing light. "Master Bruce." Alfred's voice came through his cowl as Batman supervised the final containment procedures. "The atmospheric readings from the outbreak sites are showing normalized conditions. It appears your countermeasure is working throughout the affected areas." "And the patients from the earlier exposures?" "Responding well to the treatment derived from Mr. Fox's formula. Dr. Leland reports cognitive functions returning to normal in 70% of cases, with good prognosis for the remainder." Batman watched as specialized containment units were installed around the mother bloom, designed to allow it to continue living while preventing any uncontrolled release of its contents. "Have Wayne Enterprises expedite funding for the research team. I want the best botanical minds working on this, people who can see the potential beyond the danger." "Already arranged, sir. Though I must say, this represents a rather optimistic approach to Ms. Isley's work. Might I ask what prompted this perspective?" Batman looked around at the living architecture Ivy had created. The impossible integration of disparate species, the communication network that bridged biological kingdoms. For all her misguided methods, she had glimpsed something profound about the relationship between humans and the natural world. Sometimes, Alfred, even our adversaries see truths we've overlooked. Ivy's vision of reconnection was genuine, if her approach was flawed. A philosophical turn, sir. Perhaps her compounds affected you more than the filters prevented. Batman smiled slightly. Perhaps I'm just getting better at seeing beyond the immediate threat to the underlying message. In the days that followed, the transformed areas of Gotham gradually returned to normal, or rather, to a new normal. Plants that had been affected by Ivy's compounds didn't simply die or revert. They continued to show heightened responsiveness, but without the controlling influence of the network, they integrated more naturally with their surroundings. The conservatory itself became a secured research facility, jointly operated by Wayne Enterprises and Gotham University's botanical department. There, under careful supervision, scientists began the process of understanding what Ivy had created, separating the beneficial aspects from the dangerous ones, developing applications that could help restore damaged ecosystems without compromising human autonomy. And in a specially designed suite at Arkham, Pamela Isley watched her creations evolve in new directions through remotely operated cameras. Her fury had faded into scientific curiosity as she observed the plants adapting without her direct control, developing patterns she hadn't anticipated. In carefully monitored sessions, she provided insights to the research team. Her brilliant mind gradually shifting from domination, Batman visited her once, weeks after her capture, not to interrogate or admonish, but to show her something. Footage of children in the formerly affected areas, planting gardens in spaces where Ivy's influence had awakened dormant soil. The plants grew with unusual vigor, their patterns subtly reminiscent of her network, but integrated harmoniously with human activity. "It's not what you imagined," he acknowledged, as she watched the footage with unreadable expression, "but it might be something better. Evolution rarely follows a single vision. It emerges from countless interactions, adaptations, compromises." "Compromise," she repeated, the word foreign on her lips. But her eyes remained fixed on the screen, where human hands worked alongside plants that responded with almost sentient awareness. "It's not entirely without merit." 1 week after Ivy's capture, Batman returned to the Batcave after patrol to find Alfred studying old botanical texts, their yellowed pages carefully arranged on the main computer console. "An evening botanical study session, Alfred?" he asked, removing his cowl. "Fascinating material, sir," Alfred replied, not looking up from a particularly ancient volume. "Victorian botanical research, specifically the Elliot family's work that Miss Isley built upon. I have been comparing their methods with modern approaches." Batman moved closer, noting the careful diagrams of plant cellular structures that bore remarkable resemblance to neural pathways. "Any particular reason for this historical review?" Alfred finally looked up, his expression thoughtful. "It occurs to me that Miss Isley's fundamental insight wasn't entirely incorrect. The Victorians understood something about plant communication that modern science dismissed for decades." He gestured to the texts. "They lacked our technology, but their observational methods were meticulous. The Elliots documented plant responses that suggested intelligence. Patterns we're only now rediscovering." "You sound almost sympathetic to Ivy's cause," Batum observed with mild surprise. "To her understanding, perhaps, if not her methods," Alfred clarified. "My grandfather was a gardener on an estate in England. He used to tell me that plants responded to how they were spoken to, something I dismissed as superstition until recently." He closed the book carefully. "Perhaps in our rush to separate ourselves from nature, we've overlooked genuine connections that exist without need for Mrs. Isley's extreme interventions." This conversation lingered in Bruce's mind, as he continued monitoring the aftermath of Ivy's scheme in the weeks that followed. The modified plants throughout Gotham continued their unusual patterns of growth and response. But without the controlling network Ivy had established, they were integrating with the city's ecosystem in unexpected ways. In Robinson Park, where one of the first outbreaks had occurred, the transformed plants had begun attracting unusual pollinator patterns. Bees and butterflies that had been absent from Gotham's center for decades returned in numbers, following the bioluminescent signals that pulsed subtly even in daylight. Children were drawn to these displays, their natural curiosity uncomplicated by adult skepticism. Dr. Lillian Rose, the mycologist who had once worked with Pamela Isley before her transformation into Poison Ivy, headed the research team at the converted conservatory. Her updates to Batman revealed the complex beauty of what Ivy had created. The network isn't just communication, she explained during one of his visits. It's a form of distributed intelligence. The plants share resources, nutrients, water, information, in ways that benefit the entire system rather than individual specimens. She showed him microscopic images of root structures that had developed specialized exchange nodules. We're seeing evolutionary leaps that should take thousands of generations occurring in weeks. Dangerous? Batman asked. Dr. Rose considered this carefully. Not inherently. Actually, potentially revolutionary for ecosystem restoration. These plants are remarkably efficient at carbon sequestration, soil remediation, even breaking down pollutants. She looked at him directly. Ivy's vision was extreme, but the underlying principles could help address environmental degradation in ways we've only dreamed of. In Arkham, Pamela Isley's recovery followed an unusual trajectory. Traditional therapy made little progress until Dr. Leland introduced a small, controlled greenhouse within Ivy's secure suite. There, under careful supervision, Isley was permitted to tend non-modified plants. The simple act of gardening without agenda or grand scheme seemed to reach parts of her psyche that conversation couldn't touch. "She talks to them," Dr. Leland reported to Batman. Not commanding or controlling, just conversing. It's the first time I've seen genuine peace in her expression. Batman understood this observation better than most. In the weeks following the conservatory incident, he had found himself more attuned to Gotham's subtle natural rhythms, the migration patterns of birds across the city, the resilience of plants pushing through concrete, the interconnectedness that persisted despite urban development. It wasn't the forced communion Ivy had attempted to impose, but a quieter awareness that had perhaps always been available, simply overlooked. Alfred noticed this change during a rare morning when Bruce joined him in tending the manor's gardens. "You seem to have developed a green thumb, Master Bruce," he observed, as Bruce carefully pruned a rosebush with unexpected skill. "Just applying observation," Bruce replied, but there was something more, a patience, a presence in the act that contrasted with his usual intensity. The roses seemed to respond differently to his touch than they had before, turning toward him with what Alfred could have sworn was recognition. 3 months after the incident, Lucius Fox presented Bruce with findings from Wayne Enterprises' analysis of the neutralized compounds from the mother bloom. "We've isolated the non-psychoactive components," he explained, "the structural elements that enhanced plant communication without forcing human neurological changes. The applications are remarkable. The research had yielded treatments that accelerated healing in damaged ecosystems. Brownfields that had resisted remediation for decades showed dramatic recovery when treated with the modified compounds. In carefully controlled trials, urban gardens produced yields that defied conventional agricultural understanding, without genetic modification or chemical fertilizers." It's like the plants remember something they've always known, one researcher commented. We're not changing them, we're removing barriers to their natural intelligence. The most striking changes appeared in Gotham's most neglected areas, the abandoned lots of Crime Alley, the industrial wasteland of the East End. There, plants affected by the lingering influence of Ivy's work transformed toxic soil into fertile ground with unprecedented speed. Community gardens sprang up in spaces long written off as dead zones, their produce extraordinarily nutritious and abundant. Batman watched from rooftops as residents who had never shown interest in growing things found themselves drawn to these spaces. Children who had known only concrete and brick discovered the simple joy of nurturing seedlings. Elderly residents shared knowledge of plants and growing techniques that had been passed down through generations but rarely practiced in urban settings. It's changing the city's patterns. Oracle observed during one of Batman's night patrols. Crime statistics in areas with the enhanced gardens have dropped 15% in 3 months. People are spending more time outdoors, more time in communal spaces. Correlation doesn't equal causation, Batman noted, though without his usual skepticism. Maybe not, Barbara agreed. But something's happening that goes beyond the botanical changes. It's like a remembering. 6 months after the conservatory incident, Bruce Wayne funded an expansion of Gotham Botanical Gardens, incorporating a research center dedicated to urban ecosystem restoration. The new facility, built around the original Victorian conservatory, included education programs that brought school children into direct contact with the enhanced plants. Not Ivy's mind-altering creations, but their stabilized descendants that encouraged connection without compulsion. Dr. Rose led this initiative, occasionally consulting with Pamela Isley under carefully controlled conditions. These interactions were professional rather than punitive, acknowledging Isley's expertise while maintaining appropriate boundaries. To everyone's surprise, Ivy responded to this approach with increasing cooperation, her brilliant mind engaging with the challenge of controlled application rather than revolutionary transformation. She's still Poison Ivy, Dr. Leland cautioned during one of Batman's visits to Arkham. The fundamental trauma that transformed her hasn't been resolved, but she's finding channels for her passion that don't require destruction or control. Batman observed one of these consultation sessions from behind one-way glass. Ivy's hands moved with elegant precision as she explained a propagation technique to Dr. Rose. Her expression animated but focused. There was still an otherworldly quality to her. Skin with that faint green undertone, hair that seemed to move slightly, even without breeze. But her intensity had found a different expression. She's never going to see the world as we do, Dr. Leland commented quietly. But perhaps that's not entirely a bad thing. Sometimes we need perspectives that challenge our assumptions, just not through force. On the anniversary of the conservatory incident, Bruce Wayne walked alone through Robinson Park in early morning light. The transformation was subtle but unmistakable to those who knew what to look for. Plants still grew with unusual vigor in the affected areas, their patterns suggesting communication and purpose rather than random growth. But they no longer sought to overwhelm human spaces. Instead, they integrated, creating balanced environments where concrete and chlorophyll coexisted. Children played in areas where bioluminescent flowers pulsed gently, their laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves that seemed to respond to their presence. Elderly couples tended community garden plots, where vegetables grew alongside flowers that shouldn't have been compatible but somehow thrived together. Teenagers who might once have vandalized park structures instead documented unusual plant behaviors with their phones, sharing discoveries with a genuine curiosity that transcended digital distraction. As spring fully arrived in Gotham, the city found itself host to an unexpected phenomenon. In parks and gardens, along rooftops and abandoned lots, plants displayed unprecedented vitality, resilience, and responsiveness. Citizens who had never shown interest in gardening found themselves drawn to these spaces, experiencing a subtle but genuine connection to the natural world. It wasn't the forced awakening Ivy had planned. No psychoactive compulsion, no removal of boundaries between species. Instead, it was something more sustainable. A gentle reminder of humanity's place within the larger web of life. An invitation rather than a demand. From the shadows, Batman watched this gradual transformation of his city. Not a dramatic revolution, but a quiet evolution. Plants and people finding new ways to coexist in urban spaces, often defined by their separation from nature. It wasn't perfect, and challenges remained, but in this unexpected outcome, he found a certain hope. In the Batcave that evening, as Bruce reviewed case files, Alfred arrived with tea and a small potted plant, one of the modified specimens from the conservatory research program. Dr. Rose thought you might appreciate this particular hybrid, he explained, placing it on the console. Apparently it's quite responsive to voice and proximity, a reminder, perhaps, of unexpected outcomes. Bruce studied the plant, whose leaves shifted subtly toward him, as if in recognition. It wasn't telepathy or forced communion, just the natural response of a living thing to another presence. Simple, profound, and entirely voluntary. Connection without conquest. Perhaps this was the true garden Pamela Isley had been trying to create all along. Not one of broken promises and forced communion, but of possibilities that could only grow when given the freedom to find their own path toward the light. A garden where human and plant intelligence recognized each other not as adversaries or tools, but as fellow travelers in the complex web of life that sustained them both. As the last whispers of spring faded into Gotham's warm summer nights, the botanical renaissance sparked by Ivy's intervention had settled into a new equilibrium. The modified plants now integrated harmoniously into the city's landscape, their extraordinary properties a gentle reminder of nature's resilience. But Gotham's peace was always ephemeral, its quiet moments merely transitions between different forms of shadow. While life flourished in the newly verdant spaces, a different kind of silence was gathering in the city's forgotten corners, the abandoned theaters and decaying performance venues that had once given voice to Gotham's cultural aspirations. Batman noticed it first during a routine patrol through the theater district, lights occasionally flickering behind the boarded windows of the Wentworth Music Hall, a once grand venue closed for nearly 15 years. More telling was the absence of the usual urban nightlife around the building, as if something had deliberately cleared the area of all living presence. Days later, reports began filtering through GCPD channels about unusual sounds emanating from the theater district late at night. Not the typical noises of urban decay, but music, fragments of melodies and whispered harmonies that seemed to carry further than acoustics should allow. Witnesses described feeling compelled to move toward the sounds, only to snap out of their trance-like state, blocks away from their intended destination. The investigation led to a disturbing discovery. Arnold Wesker, the ventriloquist, had been released from Arkham 3 months earlier, deemed sufficiently recovered to re-enter society. His primary personality had remained stable throughout his incarceration, the violent Scarface persona seemingly dormant. But 2 weeks ago, he had missed a scheduled appointment with his caseworker and hadn't been seen since. "He's found a new venue," Batman said quietly to Commissioner Gordon, gazing toward the distant silhouette of the theater district. "And possibly a new audience." As Batman prepared to investigate further, handwritten flyers appeared throughout Gotham's most vulnerable neighborhoods, particularly in homeless shelters and addiction recovery centers. They invited those who feel silence to join the choir at the Wentworth Music Hall the night of the gathering. Batman watched from a rooftop as people began arriving shortly after midnight, mostly those whose voices went unheard in the city's daily chorus. As the last attendees disappeared into the Wentworth's side entrance, Batman prepared to follow. "I'm going in," Batman told Oracle through his cowl. "If what I suspect is happening is correct, Wesker isn't just projecting his voice through Scarface anymore. He's found a way to project it through people." As he fired his grapnel toward the Wentworth's ornate facade, Batman could already hear the first notes of what would come to be known among Gotham's citizens as the Choir of the Damned, a haunting harmony that would test not just his detective skills, but his understanding of how profoundly the human need for voice and connection could be manipulated by those who understood its power. Night settled over Gotham like a velvet cloak, stars obscured by the city's perpetual haze of light and shadow. From the heights of Wayne Manor, the urban sprawl resembled a constellation of its own making, street lamps and skyscrapers forming patterns as ancient and mysterious as those in the heavens above. Bruce Wayne stood at the window of his study, a cup of untouched tea cooling beside a small antique radio that Alfred had restored years ago. The radio was tuned to static, a soft hissing that filled the otherwise silent room. "Still nothing?" Alfred asked as he entered, carrying a small silver tray with a fresh pot of tea. Bruce shook his head. "Not since midnight yesterday." 3 consecutive nights of broadcasts, then silence. His fingers traced the radio's wooden casing, an object from another era when airwaves carried wonder rather than dread. Whatever signal was transmitting those lullabies has gone quiet. Alfred set down the tray with practiced precision. "Perhaps our mysterious broadcaster has abandoned their experiment, or they've achieved what they wanted," Bruce countered, his voice carrying the weight of Batman's concerns beneath Wayne's measured tones. 27 reported cases of sleepwalking children, 15 elderly residents found wandering at night, all humming the same melody, and now, silence. He turned from the window, his reflection vanishing from the glass. "The pattern is deliberate, Alfred. Someone's testing the effectiveness of the broadcast." Alfred poured fresh tea with the steadiness that had anchored Bruce's life since childhood. "I've taken the liberty of consulting with Dr. Leslie Tompkins. She's monitoring the affected patients. Thus far there appear to be no lasting effects once the subjects awaken." "Small mercies," Bruce murmured, accepting the offered cup. "But it doesn't answer the question of purpose. Why target the very young and the very old? Why lullabies specifically?" Alfred's expression softened with a memory. "You know, when you were a boy, after your parents..." He paused, ever careful with this wound that never fully healed. "You had such terrible nightmares. Conventional lullabies wouldn't soothe you, but there was one melody, a peculiar old English folk song my mother taught me. Something about its minor key would quiet your mind when nothing else could." Bruce nodded, the memory surfacing like a distant island glimpsed through fog. "I remember. You'd hum it while organizing my father's medical journals." He closed his eyes briefly. "I haven't thought about that in years." Music affects different people in different ways, but it affects us all, Alfred observed. The very young and very old share a certain neurological openness, if you will. Their minds process music more directly, with fewer filters. Bruce set down his cup, untouched again. You're suggesting our broadcaster knows this, that they're targeting the most susceptible. I'm merely observing that if one wished to influence minds through sound, those demographics would provide the clearest proof of concept. Alfred's clinical assessment was tempered by concern. Before attempting it on a wider scale, perhaps. Bruce moved to his desk, where newspaper clippings and police reports formed a constellation of their own, patterns only Batman could fully perceive. Commissioner Gordon has established a city-wide curfew for minors. Nursing homes have been advised to monitor their residents after dark, but were reacting to symptoms, not addressing the cause. The broadcast itself, Alfred nodded. Have you had any success tracing the signal? Partial. Lucius has identified unique harmonic patterns embedded within the lullabies, subsonic frequencies that wouldn't be present in traditional recordings. They're artificial, designed to induce specific brainwave patterns. Bruce's fingers sorted through the documents with practiced precision. The signal bounces between multiple transmission points, making it difficult to locate the source. But there's a pattern emerging. Alfred studied the map where Bruce had marked the confirmed reception points with small red pins. A radius centering on the old theater district. Yes, and specifically, Bruce placed one final pin completing the pattern, the Monarch Theater. The name hung in the air between them, heavy with unspoken significance. The Monarch, where Thomas and Martha Wayne had taken their son for his last evening of childhood innocence, where a family had walked into darkness and only a boy had emerged. Alfred's voice gentled. Master Bruce, perhaps I should— It's just geography, Alfred, Bruce interrupted, his tone brooking no argument. A central location with good elevation and structural features that would enhance transmission, nothing more. Alfred knew better than to press. Instead, he moved to the antique radio and adjusted its dial with expert fingers. The frequency range used by the broadcaster is unusual, hovering between standard FM bands. Most commercial radios wouldn't pick it up without precise tuning, which explains why reports were limited to people using older equipment, Bruce observed. Analog receivers with manual tuning are more likely to discover frequencies between standard channels. Indeed, in my youth we called them ghost stations, broadcasts that seemed to exist in the spaces between official channels. Alfred's eyes took on a distant quality. Sometimes they carried messages for resistance fighters, sometimes just the ramblings of solitary enthusiasts broadcasting from their basements. Bruce studied his oldest friend with renewed interest. I didn't know you had experience with rogue radio operations. A small, enigmatic smile crossed Alfred's face. There are many chapters of my life before Wayne Manor, sir. Some more colorful than others. He returned his attention to the dial. What's curious is the choice of music. These aren't standard lullabies from popular culture. They're obscure folk melodies, some dating back centuries. Someone with extensive musical knowledge, Bruce noted, or access to specialized archives. The arrangements themselves are distinctive as well, stripped down to bare essentials, but with subtle harmonic innovations that would require classical training. Alfred's fingers stilled on the radio dial. Reminds me somewhat of Professor Arnold Wesker's work before his difficulties. Bruce's attention sharpened. Wesker, the musicologist who had a breakdown at Gotham University. The very same. Brilliant mind. He pioneered research into the psychological effects of modal harmonies before his mental health deteriorated. Alfred straightened. Last I heard, he was a resident at Arkham. His theories about music as a form of mind control were considered revolutionary, if somewhat disturbing, in academic circles. Wesker, Bruce repeated, the name triggering connections in his detective's mind, also known as the ventriloquist. Night had deepened considerably by the time Batman reached the rooftops near the Monarch Theatre. The building stood like a decayed tooth in Gotham's architectural mouth, once proud, now crumbling, yet stubbornly resistant to removal. Its marquee had long since lost its letters, but the ornate stonework around the entrance still bore silent witness to more elegant times. "I've cross-referenced Arnold Wesker's records." Oracle's voice came through his cowl. "He was released from Arkham 8 months ago, part of Dr. Strange's controversial rehabilitation program. Supervised housing, mandatory therapy sessions. By all accounts, he was compliant, even docile. And Scarface?" Batman asked, referring to the dummy that had become the physical manifestation of Wesker's dissociative personality. A foul-mouthed, violent gangster who spoke through the meek professor. No sign. The puppet was confiscated during Wesker's last arrest and was supposedly destroyed. Wesker himself reportedly showed no interest in ventriloquism during his recovery. His doctors noted he was channeling his energy into music therapy instead. "Music therapy," Batman repeated, scanning the theater's facade with multiple vision modes. "Convenient." His last known address was a halfway house in the Burnley district, but he stopped checking in 3 weeks ago. Current whereabouts unknown. Batman detected faint heat signatures within the theater. Not concentrated enough for regular habitation, but evidence of intermittent presence. More telling was the electromagnetic activity emanating from the building's upper levels. Subtle but distinctive power usage. What about Wesker's academic connections? Anyone who might have helped him establish a broadcast operation? "Already on it," Oracle replied. "A name keeps coming up in his published papers, Dr. Simon Trent, an acoustical engineer who collaborated with Wesker on several studies about infrasonic influences on human cognition. Trent dropped out of academia after Wesker's breakdown, became something of a recluse. Current location? Last known residence is an apartment above the old Wellman music shop on Cathedral Square. Property records show he still owns it, but neighbors report rarely seeing him." Batman's eyes narrowed behind his cowl as he focused on a subtle movement near the theater's roof access, a figure adjusting what appeared to be a small antenna array. "I'll check Trent after I've secured the theater. Someone's making adjustments to transmission equipment on the roof. Be careful," Oracle cautioned. "If they're using sonic technology for mind control, you could be affected too." Alfred modified my cowl with counter-frequency generators. Short-term protection, at least. Batman launched his grapnel toward the adjacent building. "Keep monitoring emergency channels. If the broadcast resumes, I need to know immediately." He swung in a silent arc toward the theater, his cape billowing momentarily against the night sky, before folding around him as he landed noiselessly on the deteriorating roof. The figure he'd spotted was gone, but the equipment remained, a sophisticated array of antennas and signal boosters, camouflaged to resemble the building's architectural details. Professional work, not the cobbled-together setup of an amateur. The roof access door yielded to his touch, unlocked and recently oiled. Someone wanted easy access. The stairwell beyond was dark but clean, no decades of dust or debris that should have accumulated in an abandoned building. Batman descended silently, every sense alert to the possibility of traps or guards. What he encountered instead was more unsettling. The theater's upper balcony had been transformed into a makeshift dormitory. Simple cots lined the curved space, each occupied by a sleeping figure. Batman counted 12 in total. a mix of elderly men and women, all in night clothes, all breathing the deep rhythm of artificial sleep. Medical monitoring equipment stood nearby, recording vital signs with clinical precision. Oracle, he sub-vocalized. I've found some of our sleepwalkers. They're being kept here, monitored. Alive? Harmed? Alive, and apparently uninjured, but sedated or in some sort of trance state. He moved silently between the cots, checking pulses, examining pupils with a penlight. Professional medical care. Someone wants them healthy. He took samples of the IV fluids feeding into the nearest patient's arm, storing them in analysis vials on his utility belt. The theater's grand chandelier hung dark above the main floor, but soft illumination came from the stage below, drawing Batman to the balcony's edge. The sight that greeted him would have been comical in other circumstances. On the dusty stage stood Arnold Wesker, the slight, balding former professor, conducting an invisible orchestra with passionate gestures. His eyes were closed, his face transported with the ecstasy of creation. More disturbing was what sat beside him on a throne-like chair. A ventriloquist's dummy, dressed in a pinstripe suit and fedora, its wooden face carved into a perpetual sneer. Scarface had returned. No, no, no! The harsh voice that issued from Wesker's barely moving lips belonged to the dummy, not the man. You call that a crescendo? It's supposed to shake their bones, not tickle their ears? Do it again, and this time mean it. Wesker flinched visibly, then nodded with desperate eagerness. Yes, Mr. Scarface. I'm sorry, Mr. Scarface, once more from Measure 86. His arms rose again, conducting phantom musicians through an inaudible symphony. But as Batman watched, he realized the performance wasn't entirely imaginary. Subtle sounds emanated from speakers positioned throughout the theater. Not fully audible music, but something deeper, felt rather than heard, infrasonic pulses that resonated in the chest cavity, coupled with high-frequency tones at the edge of human perception. That's better, Scarface growled. The brats and oldsters are just the beginning. Once we perfect the frequency, we'll own this town's nervous system. Every citizen of Gotham will dance to our tune, right into the banks, jewelry stores, and anywhere else we want them. But Mr. Scarface, Wesker ventured timidly, we agreed the subjects would be unharmed. The research is about proving the therapeutic potential of modal harmonics, not shut your trap, Scarface snapped. You think small. That's your problem. Always did. Why settle for music therapy when we can have a whole city of obedient zombies doing our bidding? Batman had heard enough. He needed to disable the broadcast equipment and free the sleepwalkers. But first, he needed to understand exactly what technology they were using and how it affected its victims. For that, he needed the source of Wesker's expertise. Slipping back from the balcony, Batman made his way through the theater's decaying service corridors, avoiding the creaks and groans that would betray his presence in the ancient building. His Cowl's mapping system reconstructed the theater's original floor plan, revealing a path to the orchestra pit, where the actual sound equipment would likely be housed. Oracle, he whispered. Run a background check on any missing persons matching our sleepwalkers' profiles. I need to know if they were taken or came here voluntarily. Already compiling. First reports suggest most wandered from home under their own power. Family members describe them getting out of bed, seemingly responding to something only they could hear. Like sleepwalking, but directed, Batman concluded. Specific enough to guide them to this location exactly, and Batman Wesker's. Wesker's academic specialty was something called melodic imprinting, The theory that certain musical patterns could create neural pathways that remain dormant until activated by a specific trigger note or sequence. Psychological programming through music, with a side order of hypnotic suggestion. His last published paper before his breakdown was about creating sleeper responses that could be activated years after the initial exposure. Batman paused at a junction in the corridor, processing this information. That would explain the focus on children and the elderly, not just current vulnerability. Wesker might be targeting people who were exposed to specific music in the past. Creating a pre-programmed audience, Oracle agreed. But for what purpose? Scarface has hijacked the research for criminal ends, Batman replied. Typical pattern for Wesker's alternate personality. Corrupting his knowledge for profit and control, he continued through the maze of backstage areas, eventually reaching a small door that led to the orchestra pit. The pit itself had been transformed into a high-tech sound studio. Mixing boards, computers, and specialized equipment filled the space where musicians once played. Most significant was a glass booth containing a single chair surrounded by microphones, a recording space designed for perfect acoustic isolation. At the main console sat a thin man with wild grey hair and thick glasses, his fingers dancing across controls with the precision of a concert pianist. Dr. Simon Trent, Batman presumed. Wesker's former colleague, now apparently his accomplice. Frequency modulation holding steady, Trent murmured to himself. Cognitive entrainment at 70% effectiveness, suggestibility threshold approaching optimal range. He made minute adjustments to several dials, subject retention improving with each broadcast cycle. Batman analyzed the equipment, identifying components that would be critical to the operation. The system was sophisticated but had clear vulnerabilities. Power supply junctions, data processing nodes, transmission linkages. Disable any one of these, and the broadcast would fail. But simply destroying the equipment wouldn't reveal the full extent of the plan, or how to help those already affected. Feed the third harmonic sequence. Scarface's voice commanded from speakers connected to the stage. Time to wake our choir and see if they remember their parts. Trent nodded, though no one was present to see it, and initiated a new program sequence. The air in the theater changed subtly, pressure building as subsonic frequencies began to pulse through the space. Above, in the balcony dormitory, the sleepers would be stirring. Batman needed to act. But as he prepared to emerge from hiding, a familiar voice spoke directly into his ear. "Master Bruce," Alfred said through the secure channel. "I've been analyzing the broadcast frequencies from previous nights. There's something you should know before you intervene." "I'm listening," Batman replied softly. "The lullabies being used aren't random. They're specifically chosen folk melodies that were popular in Gotham during two distinct time periods, the early 1930s and the mid-1980s. Generational targeting, Batman realized. The elderly would have heard these as children in the 30s, and today's children would have grandparents who sang these same melodies to them," Alfred finished, "creating a resonance across generations. But more concerning is that these particular arrangements contain embedded patterns similar to those used in certain military psychological operations. Mind control research, influence rather than control, but yes, these patterns were studied extensively for their ability to create heightened suggestibility states." Alfred's voice carried rare tension. "What troubles me most is that I recognize the specific arrangement style. It bears Wesker's unmistakable signature, the same innovations he was known for before his breakdown." Batman watched as Trent initiated another sequence on the console. Wesker's using his own research from decades ago, creating a response in people who might have been exposed to his work previously. Precisely. His theories about melodic imprinting weren't just theoretical. He tested them, published the melodies in supposed children's music education materials. Materials that would have been used in Gotham schools and nursing homes where he conducted his research. He's activating sleeper conditioning from years ago, Batman concluded. Scarface is weaponizing Wesker's legitimate research. Indeed. And there's one other connection you should be aware of. Alfred paused. The Wayne Foundation funded Wesker's early research, before his mental health issues emerged. Your father thought his work on music therapy showed promise for treating trauma patients. This revelation landed with unexpected weight. Another connection to Thomas Wayne, another thread connecting Batman's mission to Bruce's legacy. But there was no time to process this now. In the orchestra pit, Trent was initiating what appeared to be a broadcast sequence. Bringing Channel 7 online, he announced to the empty air. Broadcast commencing in 3, 2, Batman moved with decisive speed. A batarang struck the main power junction, sending a cascade of sparks across the equipment. Trent leapt back with a cry of alarm as Batman descended into the pit, his cape spreading like wings of shadow. Broadcast cancelled, Batman growled. Trent scrambled backward, terror evident in his wild eyes. No, no, no! You don't understand. You can't interrupt the sequence, the subjects. Their minds are in a transitional state. The sleepwalkers, Batman advanced on the engineer. What happens if the broadcast is interrupted? Neurological backlash, Trent stammered. The harmonics create a temporal lobe resonance that must be properly resolved, or... A piercing scream from the balcony cut him off. Then another, and another. Oracle, Batman commanded, and the medical emergency protocol. The subjects are in distress. Already alerting emergency services, she responded. ETA 4 minutes. Batman grabbed Trent by his lab coat. How do we stabilize them? The resolution sequence, Trent gasped. It's already programmed. Just restore power and run program Delta 9. Please. They could suffer permanent damage. Batman's mind calculated rapidly. The risk of a trap versus the immediate danger to the victim. With your lying. I'm not. I never wanted this. It was supposed to be therapeutic research, but he changed. That puppet changed everything. Trent's eyes darted toward the stage. Wesker was brilliant. Damaged, but brilliant. Then Scarface returned, and suddenly the research became something else entirely. More cries of distress echoed from above. Batman made his decision. Reconnecting the power junction, he had programmed Delta 9. Now. Trent's hands shook as he activated the sequence. Immediately, a different quality of sound filled the theater. Still largely subsonic, but with a mathematical progression that felt somehow resolving, like a complex equation reaching its natural conclusion. The cries from above quieted gradually. On the monitoring screens, vital signs that had spiked dangerously began to stabilize. What is Scarface planning? Batman demanded. His attention divided between the improving medical readings and Trent's frightened fate. A performance, Trent whispered. The ultimate demonstration of his power. He's been conditioning these subjects as his orchestra. Living instruments that respond only to his conducting. But they're just the beginning. The core group that will help broadcast the signal to others. Others who were previously exposed to Wesker's music. Trent nodded miserably. Thousands across Gotham. Anyone who participated in his university studies. Children who used his educational materials. Patients who received his music therapy. All carrying dormant neural pathways that can be activated with the right sequence. Creating an army of sleepwalkers under Scarface's control, Batman concluded. To commit crimes while their conscious minds remain unaware. The perfect alibi, Trent confirmed. How can you prosecute someone who has no memory or awareness of their actions? Who was essentially sleepwalking through a bank robbery or jewel heist? The stabilization sequence completed its cycle. The subject's vital signs now returned to normal sleeping patterns. But upstairs, a different kind of disturbance had begun. The sound of wooden-soled shoes clacking rapidly across the stage. "Something's wrong," came Scarface's harsh voice, now moving toward the orchestra pit. "The broadcast was interrupted, Trent, you incompetent." The voice cut off as Wesker, with Scarface perched on his arm, reached the edge of the stage and saw Batman standing in the pit below. The dummy's painted eyes seemed to widen, its wooden face somehow conveying genuine shock. "The Bat!" Scarface snarled. "Should have known you'd stick your pointy ears where they don't belong." Wesker himself appeared terrified, his body trembling visibly. "Mr. Scarface, perhaps we should—" "Shut up!" the dummy snapped. "I'm thinking." The wooden head swiveled back toward Batman. "You're too late, Bat-Brain. My choir's already been programmed. One broadcast on the main frequency, and half of Gotham will be dancing to my tune." Batman assessed the situation rapidly. Wesker was physically no threat, but Scarface often carried concealed weapons. More concerning were the sleepwalkers above. Innocent victims who might be compelled to protect their master. "It's over, Wesker," Batman said, addressing the man rather than the puppet. "Your subjects are being monitored. Emergency services are on their way. Whatever hold Scarface has on you, you can break it again, like you did in Arkham." Wesker's eyes darted nervously between Batman and the dummy on his arm. I don't... He's stronger now." "Don't listen to him," Scarface interrupted. "We're so close. Our grand performance is ready. All of Gotham will be our audience and our orchestra." "The only performance tonight will be your return to Arkham," Batman replied, moving toward the stairs that connected the pit to the stage. Scarface's wooden face twisted into something like a smile. "That's what you think, Batsap, but I've got one last crescendo prepared." The dummy's head turned toward Wesker. "Now, Professor!" The emergency sequence. Before Batman could reach them, Wesker's free hand slammed down on a small remote control device hidden in his pocket. Immediately, a different quality of sound filled the theater. Harsher, more commanding, its subsonic frequencies vibrating at a frequency that made Batman's teeth ache despite his cowl's protective systems. Above, in the balcony dormitory, the sleepers rose as one, their movements mechanical but purposeful. They began descending toward the main floor, their eyes open but unseeing, moving with the unified purpose of automata rather than individual human. "Meet my choir of the damned, Batman," Scarface cackled. "Not much individually, but together, a symphony of destruction." The sleepwalkers were moving toward Batman now, forming a circle around the orchestra pit. They showed no aggression yet, but their synchronized movements suggested a hive mind at work, Scarface's will expressed through multiple bodies. "Wesker," Batman called out, trying to reach the man behind the puppet. "These are innocent people. Your research was meant to help, not harm." A flicker of doubt crossed Wesker's face. "They won't be harmed," he said uncertainly. "The commands are non-violent, just containment, until we can complete the grand broadcast." "Don't talk to him," Scarface snapped. "He's trying to confuse you. We've worked too hard for this." Batman needed to disrupt whatever control signal was directing the sleepwalkers without harming them. His analysis suggested the frequency was being transmitted through multiple speakers throughout the theater, creating an immersive field that maintained the hypnotic state. "Oracle," he subvocalized. "I need to disrupt a theater-wide acoustic field without causing neurological damage to entranced subjects." "Working on it," she replied. "Alfred has a suggestion." Alfred's voice came through a moment later. The subjects are responding to a specific harmonic pattern. Introducing a counter-frequency could disrupt the control without harming them. Similar to noise cancellation technology, but targeted at the specific brainwave patterns Wesker is manipulating. Can you transmit such a counter-frequency through my cowl? Already calculating the appropriate wavelength, Alfred confirmed, but it will only have limited range, perhaps 10 feet around you. You'll need to get closer to Wesker's primary transmission equipment for broader effect. The sleepwalkers had completed their circle now, standing unnaturally still, awaiting further commands. On stage, Scarface was gloating. One move toward us, Batbrain, and my choir starts their performance, throwing themselves off the balcony, one by one. You can't save them all. It was a bluff. Batman was certain of it. Wesker would never allow genuine harm to come to his subjects. His research, before Scarface's corruption, had been dedicated to healing, but Scarface's influence was strong and the risk couldn't be ignored. Counter-frequency ready, Alfred announced. Activating now. A subtle vibration passed through Batman's cowl, imperceptible to normal hearing, but present nonetheless. The nearest sleepwalkers blinked, momentary confusion crossing their faces before the controlling frequency reasserted itself. It's working, Batman observed, but I need wider coverage. The main amplification system, Alfred suggested. If you can connect to it, we could broadcast the counter-frequency throughout the theater. Batman scanned the orchestra pit, identifying the master control panel that Trent had been operating. The engineer himself had retreated to a corner, watching the confrontation with horrified fascination. Trent, Batman called. The main amplification system, can it be reconfigured to broadcast a different frequency? The engineer nodded nervously. The mixing board has an external input, but you'd need to override the current signal first. Keep them busy, Scarface commanded the sleepwalkers. Don't let him near the controls. The entranced subjects began moving toward Batman with the unhurried inevitability of a slowly advancing tide. They weren't aggressive, but their combined mass threatened to overwhelm him through sheer numbers. Batman fired his grapnel toward the lighting rig above the stage, pulling himself up and over the advancing sleepwalkers. He landed behind Wesker and Scarface, immediately disarming the ventriloquist of his remote control. "No!" Scarface shrieked. "Grab him, you dummy!" Wesker, caught between his puppet's commands and his own fear, hesitated just long enough for Batman to place a small device on the main speaker array behind them. Alfred, now! The counter-frequency surged through the theater's sound system, magnified and distributed through every speaker. The effect was immediate. Sleepwalkers stopped in their tracks, expressions of confusion replacing blank stares. Some blinked rapidly, others put hands to their heads as if waking from a dream. "No!" Scarface's wooden face contorted with rage. "My orchestra! My perfect choir!" Wesker himself seemed to be fighting an internal battle, his body shaking with the effort. "I won't hurt them," he managed, each word a struggle against the personality that had dominated him for so long. "Weakling," Scarface snarled. "You're nothing without me, nothing." Batman approached carefully. "That's not true, Wesker. Your research was groundbreaking. You were respected, admired. Scarface twisted your gift, but it was your gift first." The ventriloquist's eyes focused on Batman with newfound clarity. "My research. It was meant to help people recover from trauma, to heal, not harm. And it still can," Batman assured him. "But first, you need to be free of him." Wesker looked down at the dummy on his arm as if seeing it clearly for the first time. With trembling fingers, he began to loosen his grip. "Don't you dare!" Scarface threatened. "You're nothing without me, you hear me? Nothing. No," Wesker said, his voice finding strength. "I was someone before you. I can be someone again." With a final effort, he released the dummy, letting it fall to the stage floor with a hollow clatter. The sleepwalkers were fully awake now, disoriented but unharmed. Outside, the wail of approaching sirens announced the arrival of emergency services. Batman would ensure they received proper care and monitoring. Wesker collapsed to his knees beside the discarded puppet, exhaustion etched in every line of his face. "I never wanted to hurt anyone," he whispered. "The music was supposed to heal, and perhaps it still can," Batman replied, "under proper supervision. Your insights into how music affects the mind are valuable, Wesker. That knowledge deserves better than Scarface's schemes." The ventriloquist looked up, hope flickering in his tired eyes. "Do you really think so?" "Your father thought so," Batman said quietly. "The Wayne Foundation believed in your work once. That faith wasn't misplaced, just the application went astray." As GCPD officers and medical personnel flooded into the theater, Batman stepped back into the shadows. The sleepwalkers would need careful monitoring to ensure no lasting effects from their experience. Wesker and Trent would face justice for their actions, but Batman would ensure that the valuable research wasn't lost, that the potential for healing remained alive despite this dark detour. As dawn approached, the sleepwalkers were safely transported to Gotham General Hospital for observation. Commissioner Gordon oversaw the operation personally, his weathered face showing the strain of several sleepless nights spent managing this unusual crisis. "We've established a dedicated ward," he told Batman, who stood in the shadows of the ambulance bay. "Dr. Tompkins is coordinating their care. Initial assessments are promising, no apparent lasting damage." "They'll need continued monitoring," Batman advised. "The effects of Wesker's frequencies may have subtle neurological impacts that aren't immediately apparent." Gordon nodded, rubbing at eyes reddened by exhaustion. "My granddaughter was one of the children affected by the earlier broadcasts. Not severely, just restless sleep, humming melodies she couldn't have known." His voice held a grandfather's concern beneath the commissioner's professional exterior. "Makes this one personal. Your family is safe now," Batman assured him, "and we've identified all transmission points across the city. They're being dismantled as we speak." The commissioner looked toward the theater, where forensic teams were cataloging Wesker's equipment. "Scarface, that damn puppet. Wesker was making real progress in Arkham. Stranger's report showed genuine improvement." "Wesker's illness runs deep," Batman replied. "The puppet is just a physical manifestation of a divided self. Destroying it never addresses the root problem." "And what is the root problem?" Gordon asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. "Guilt," Batman said simply. "Wesker's research was meant to help people process trauma, but when his methods were questioned by university ethics committees, he couldn't reconcile his intentions with the harm some participants experienced. Scarface emerged as both his protector and his punisher, the voice that would do what Wesker himself couldn't fade." Gordon considered this. "And the music angle? Music was Wesker's genuine gift. His understanding of how sound affects the brain was revolutionary. Scarface corrupted that gift, turning therapeutic techniques into methods of control." Batman's gaze swept over the scene, taking in details others would miss. "The pattern is familiar. Gotham has a way of twisting brilliance toward darkness." "Not always," Gordon countered, with a meaningful look at the vigilante beside him. "Sometimes brilliance finds better applications." He straightened, professionalism reasserting itself. "We'll keep you informed of the victim's recovery. And Wesker?" "Back to Arkham," Batman confirmed, "but with a modified treatment plan. His insights into music therapy shouldn't be lost, just properly channeled. As Gordon turned to coordinate the ongoing police activity, Batman slipped away. The night's mission complete, but his mind still processing the implications of Wesker's technology. The ability to influence minds through sound wasn't new. Advertisers, politicians, and cult leaders had exploited similar principles for centuries. But Wesker's precision, his ability to target specific neural pathways through customized frequencies, represented something more concerning. In the wrong hands, such technology could undermine the very concept of free will. Yet, in the right hands, Batman found himself considering the therapeutic potential as he made his way back to the Batmobile, parked discreetly several blocks away. The streets were quiet now, Gotham's nocturnal rhythm settling as the city approached dawn. From a nearby apartment, Batman caught the faint sound of a mother singing to a restless child, a simple lullaby, ancient in its cadence yet timeless in its purpose. Comfort, not control. Connection, not manipulation. The authentic music of human bonds. The contrast with Wesker's artificial harmonics was striking. Both used sound to influence the mind, yet their purposes couldn't have been more different. One sought to override will, the other to provide the security within which will could safely develop. As he drove through Gotham's emptying streets, Batman contacted Alfred. The sleepwalkers are receiving treatment. Wesker and Trent are in custody. The broadcast equipment has been secured. Well done, sir, came the familiar voice. And the puppet? Confiscated as evidence. Gordon understands its significance to Wesker's condition. It won't be destroyed this time, but studied as part of his therapy. A more enlightened approach, Alfred observed. Speaking of which, I've been analyzing the frequency patterns Wesker employed. Quite remarkable mathematics underlying the composition. Any danger of others replicating his methods? The basic principles could be reproduced, but Wesker's specific implementation required both his musical genius and Dr. Trent's engineering expertise. A rare combination. Alfred paused. I've taken the liberty of beginning a comprehensive analysis of his earlier published works. There's genuine therapeutic value there, before Scarface's influence corrupted the application. Batman guided the Batmobile through the pre-dawn streets, the city transforming around him as night yielded reluctantly to morning. My father saw that potential. The Wayne Foundation supported Wesker's early research. Indeed, Dr. Thomas Wayne had a particular interest in non-pharmaceutical treatments for trauma. He believed music could reach parts of the mind that conventional therapy couldn't access. The mention of his father added another dimension to the night's events, another thread connecting Bruce Wayne's past to Batman's present. So many of Gotham's current troubles could be traced to seeds planted decades ago, good intentions that had twisted into unexpected forms in the city's fertile soil of corruption and despair. Yet sometimes those seeds could be reclaimed, their original purpose restored. Batman had seen it happen, rarely, but significantly enough to maintain hope for Gotham's redemption. Back in the Batcave, Bruce removed his cowl and sat before the main computer where Alfred had compiled a comprehensive analysis of the night's findings. Waveform patterns scrawled across multiple screens, the mathematical beauty of Wesker's compositions evident even in this clinical format. Remarkable work in its way, the butler observed, setting down a cup of tea beside Bruce's hand. Wesker's understanding of how music affects neurological pathways was decades ahead of conventional science, a genuine gift, corrupted by his illness. Bruce studied the waveform patterns. Could his methods have legitimate therapeutic applications without Scarface's influence? Undoubtedly, Alfred replied. Music's ability to access emotional states and memories that lie beyond conscious reach has been known for centuries. Wesker simply found a way to quantify and direct that power. He paused, considering. In the right hands, such techniques could help trauma victims recover buried memories, or help those with neurological conditions form new cognitive pathways. The right hands, Bruce echoed, thinking of how many brilliant minds in Gotham had seen their gifts twisted toward darkness by mental illness, tragedy, or simple greed. Wayne Foundation's Medical Research Division should review Wesker's early work, find the value that my father saw in it. Alfred nodded approval, a fitting response, reclaiming the healing potential from the corruption. The cave's ambient sounds created their own subtle symphony, water trickling through ancient stone, the distant flutter of bat wings, the gentle hum of advanced technology maintaining its vigilant watch over Gotham. Bruce had designed the cave's acoustics carefully, ensuring that these sounds created a soothing background, rather than distracting echo. Without realizing it, he had applied some of the same principles Wesker had studied, using sound to create a specific mental state. "I've been thinking about the lullaby you used to sing," Bruce said quietly. "I remembered it tonight when we were dismantling Wesker's equipment. The melody came back to me completely." Alfred's eyebrows rose slightly. "The minor key folk song? I'm surprised you recall it. You were very young. Music has a way of embedding itself in our deepest memories," Bruce replied, unconsciously echoing what Alfred had taught him years ago. "For better or worse?" "For better, in that case, I should hope." Alfred's expression softened with rarely displayed sentiment. "Those were difficult nights, after your parents. I tried everything to help you sleep. Conventional lullabies seemed to make things worse, too cheerful perhaps for the circumstances. But that old melody, something about its melancholy quality seemed to speak to your grief without denying it." Bruce nodded, remembering not just the melody but the feeling it had evoked. Not happiness, which would have been impossible then, but a kind of acceptance, a sense that sadness could be held, acknowledged, even honored, rather than fought against. It reminded me tonight that not all influences on our minds are attempts at control. Some are simply care, expressed the only way someone knows how. Alfred's eyes reflected decades of exactly that care, expressed through quiet service, unwavering presence, and yes, occasional lullabies when nightmares grew too dark. Even the most sophisticated mind control could never match the influence of genuine compassion, Master Bruce. As dawn light began to filter through the cave's hidden apertures, Bruce allowed himself a moment of reflection. Gotham's citizens would sleep more peacefully tonight, their dreams their own once more. The sleepwalkers would recover, their minds freed from external control, and somewhere in Arkham perhaps Arnold Wesker might find a way back to the healing purpose that had once driven his brilliant mind, before Scarface had twisted that purpose toward control rather than care. The puppet itself would remain in evidence storage, a wooden face with painted features, harmless without the fractured psyche that gave it voice. Yet Bruce knew that destroying Scarface had never solved Wesker's underlying condition. The puppet was merely a symptom, not the disease itself. Real healing would require addressing the guilt and conflict that had created Scarface in the first place. The professor's inability to reconcile his desire to help with the potential harm his methods might cause. It was a conflict Bruce understood better than most. The thin line between protection and control, between guidance and manipulation, between necessary force and excessive power. These were distinctions Batman navigated nightly. The same technologies, the same techniques, even the same intentions could heal or harm depending on their application and their limits. Music therapy, under Wesker's original vision, could help traumatized minds rebuild shattered connections. Music, as weaponized by Scarface, could override free will and turn people into puppets. The difference lay not in the method but in the purpose, the consent, the respect for individual autonomy. As Bruce finally allowed himself to rest, the cave's ambient sounds forming a natural lullaby around him, fragments of that old melody drifted through his mind, not as a controlling force, but as a reminder of the finest influence of all, the protective love that had helped a traumatized boy find his way through darkness toward a purpose greater than revenge, a melody of protection rather than possession, of guidance rather than control. Outside, Gotham was awakening to a new day, its citizens unaware of how close they had come to losing their mental autonomy. The choir of the damned had fallen silent, but the possibility of harmony remained, complex, challenging, but ultimately more powerful than any attempt to force minds into unnatural unison. Batman had preserved not just the safety of Gotham's citizens, but their right to their own internal music, their freedom to be influenced by compassion rather than controlled by fear. The true music of the soul that no Scarface could ever corrupt or command continued its eternal composition, note by note, choice by choice, dream by dream, the authentic symphony of human consciousness that would always resist reduction to mere mechanical response, no matter how cleverly engineered the stimulus might be. As sleep finally claimed him, Bruce's last conscious thought was not of Wesker or Scarface or the night's mission, but of that simple lullaby, a gift given freely, asking nothing in return except the peace it offered. Perhaps that was the most profound lesson of all, that the most powerful influences in our lives are not those that demand control, but those that offer connection, not those that override our will, but those that help us find our way through darkness toward our own unique light. The last echoes of Scarface's manipulated harmonies had faded from Gotham's air, leaving behind a city that breathed a little easier in the following nights. Bruce Wayne found himself unusually reflective in the days after dismantling the puppet master's schemes. Something about Wesker's use of sound, the way music could shape perception, memory, and emotion, had struck a deeper chord than most cases. Perhaps it was the connection to his childhood, to Alfred's lullabies that had once guided him through the darkest valleys of grief. Or perhaps it was the reminder that the mind's architecture was far more delicate and responsive than even the most sophisticated buildings in Gotham's skyline. Sleep came easier to the city now. Children no longer wandered in half-conscious states, and the elderly rested peacefully in their beds. Yet as one threat receded into memory, Batman sensed another approaching. Like distant fog rolling in from the harbor, not yet visible, but changing the quality of the air itself. It began with reports from the Gotham Museum of Modern Art, subtle disturbances after closing hours, security systems that triggered without apparent cause, temperature fluctuations in specific galleries that engineers couldn't explain, and most curious of all, visitors reporting strange sensations when standing before certain paintings, whispers that couldn't quite be heard, movements at the corner of vision that vanished when directly observed. Ghost stories, Commissioner Gordon had said with a dismissive wave when Batman inquired. The museum director is more concerned about publicity than actual security risks. Nothing's been damaged, nothing's stolen. Yet something in the pattern caught Batman's attention. The specific paintings that generated reports, all acquired during the museum's recent Reflections of Gotham exhibition. Works that captured the city's Gothic architecture, its shadowed alleyways, its perpetual dance of light and darkness. Images that held memory within their frames, history layered in oils and canvas. "Master Bruce," Alfred said one evening as Bruce reviewed the museum's floor plans, "you might find it interesting that 3 of the affected paintings were originally owned by the Beaumont family." The name landed with the quiet weight of a funeral bell. Andrea Beaumont, once Bruce's chance at a different life, later revealed as the vengeful phantasm, a figure of mist and memory, neither fully villain nor ally, but something more complex, a mirror in which Bruce sometimes glimpsed alternate versions of his own grief and purpose. The Beaumont collection was thought to have been completely liquidated years ago to pay Carl Beaumont's debts to the Balestra mob, Bruce noted, his mind already forming connections. "Most was," Alfred confirmed. But according to the provenance documents, these particular works were held in a separate family trust, accessible to creditors. They only recently emerged on the market when the trust's terms expired. Bruce studied the paintings, images on his screen, moody cityscapes, architectural studies that captured Gotham from unusual angles, emphasizing the city's Gothic bones and shadowed heart. One in particular drew his attention, a fog-shrouded view of the old cathedral district painted during the 1920s. In the foreground stood a cloaked figure, face obscured, watching the city from a cemetery's edge. The artist, Bruce noted, Eliza Kay. Wasn't she known for hiding symbols and messages within her work? Indeed, Alfred replied, quite the scandal in art circles of her day. She claimed her paintings contained doorways, though to what she never specified. Most dismissed it as marketing theatrics. Bruce leaned closer to the screen, unless they weren't theatrics at all. As night fell across Gotham once more, Batman prepared to investigate the museum personally. Whatever or whoever was disturbing the paintings, he sensed it was merely prelude, a tuning of instruments before the real performance began, a whisper before the storm. And somewhere in that approaching storm, he felt the presence of a figure from his past, a spectre of mist and blade, of vengeance and regret. The phantasm was returning to Gotham, drawn back by artworks that held secrets within their gilded frames. Secrets that might open doorways not just to hidden spaces, but to buried time itself. The bat signal illuminated the gathering clouds as Batman prepared to depart the cave. Gordon wouldn't have activated it without good reason. Perhaps the museum disturbances had escalated, or perhaps something else entirely awaited him in the night. Either way, as Batman stepped into his vehicle, he felt the familiar weight of Gotham's endless mysteries settling onto his shoulders once more. One case concluded, another beginning, the eternal rhythm of his crusade as constant as a heartbeat, as inevitable as the tide. From the manipulated harmonies of Scarface to the whispered secrets of painted frames, Batman moved forward into the gathering mist, where memory and present were about to collide in ways even he could not predict. And so begins our next journey into Gotham's shadows. Snow fell in delicate silence over Gotham, transforming the city's jagged silhouette into something softer, more forgiving. From his perch atop the old clock tower, Batman watched individual flakes catch moonlight as they drifted past, each one perfect and ephemeral. Winter always brought a particular stillness to Gotham's nights, a hush that seemed to absorb sound rather than merely quiet it. Even the perpetual growl of traffic became muted, as if the city itself had paused to contemplate the passing year. "Sir, I've compiled the data you requested." Alfred's voice came through the cowl, warm despite the clinical nature of his words. 4 individuals over the past month, all with connections to Gotham's vigilante history. Batman's breath formed ghostly clouds as he responded. "Show me." The cowl's display illuminated with photographs too orderly to have come from crime scenes, yet unsettling in their precision. 4 figures. A retired police commissioner who'd worked alongside the first masked heroes, an aging former henchman of the Riddler who'd later informed for the GCPD, a woman who'd once been part of a short-lived vigilante group in the East End, and most recently, a retired judge known for sentencing Gotham's costumed criminals with unprecedented severity. All found the same way, Batman observed quietly, encased in some kind of translucent field. No signs of struggle. Medical examiner reports indicate they were conscious when contained, Alfred added, his voice carrying the slight hesitation that always emerged when discussing particularly troubling cases. Their vital signs continue at a drastically reduced rate. They appear to be in some form of stasis. Batman studied the faces frozen behind the strange material, expressions caught between surprise and something deeper. Not quite fear, something more like recognition. They knew who took them, he concluded. Or what? Alfred countered softly. The snowfall intensified, individual flakes merging into a gentle curtain that veiled the city below. Batman didn't need to ask what Alfred meant. Both men were thinking of the same spectre from years past. A figure in flowing grey, whose victims had also worn expressions of recognition in their final moments. The phantasm disappeared years ago, Batman said, though his tone lacked conviction. Andrea wouldn't return to this. Perhaps not Andrea Beaumont, Alfred agreed carefully. But the mantle she created, symbols have a way of outliving their creators, as you well know, sir. Batman rose from his crouched position, snow sliding from his cape in a miniature avalanche. These victims aren't connected to the Valestra mob or anyone from Andrea's past. There's a different pattern here. He paused, letting his gaze drift across Gotham's transformed landscape. They all stood watch over this city, in their own ways. They all made judgments about who deserved punishment. Vigilantes judging vigilantes, Alfred mused. A rather pointed message, one might say. I need to warn the others, Batman decided. Anyone who wore a mask or made themselves a symbol, they're all potential targets. He hesitated, an unusual uncertainty in his voice. Alfred, reach out to Leslie, see if she can provide sanctuary at her clinic for those who might be at risk. Dr. Tompkins may have reservations about sheltering vigilantes, given her views on such matters. Alfred reminded him gently. Tell her it's not about protecting masks, Batman replied. It's about protecting people who believed they were doing the right thing for this city. That's something Leslie has always understood. As Batman prepared to leave his snowy perch, the cowl's sensors registered movement on a rooftop 3 blocks east. A flicker of grey against the white landscape, there and gone so quickly it might have been nothing more than a trick of the falling snow. But Batman had seen that particular movement before, the way the figure seemed to dissipate rather than simply step from view. I have visual, he said quietly, east of the clock tower, moving toward the financial district. Be careful, sir, Alfred cautioned. If this is indeed a new phantasm, we know very little about their capabilities or intentions. Batman didn't respond as he launched himself from the clock tower, his grapnel finding purchase on a gargoyle across the street. He swung through the curtain of snow, a dark shadow momentarily obscuring the gentle white of the winter night. The figure in grey moved with unnatural grace across Gotham's rooftops, seeming almost to float above the snow rather than disturb it. Batman followed at a distance, noting how the mysterious form appeared and disappeared from view, not with the practiced stealth of a trained operative, but with something that seemed more elusive, as if the figure was only partially present in the physical world. The pursuit led to one of Gotham's oldest graveyards, a place where generations of the city's prominent families had been laid to rest. Here, the snow fell more heavily, creating a landscape of white, broken only by the dark silhouettes of monuments and mausoleums. The phantasm, if that's what this was, paused before a particular crypt, one whose entrance was partially obscured by decades of neglect and overgrown ivy. Batman watched from the shadow of a stone angel, observing as the grey-cloaked figure traced symbols in the air before the crypt's entrance. The symbols lingered, glowing with a pale blue light that seemed to intensify the cold of the winter night. Then, impossibly, the solid stone door of the crypt simply dissolved, revealing a passage that should not have existed. The figure glided inside, and the stone rematerialized behind them. "Alfred," Batman sub-vocalized, "I need information on the Thornwick Mausoleum in Gotham Cemetery, specifically any unusual reports or legends associated with it." "Come a moment, sir," Alfred replied, the sound of typing barely audible in the background. "Ah, interesting. The Thornwick family were prominent in Gotham's early days, industrialists who specialized in photographic equipment. The mausoleum dates back to 1891, but it hasn't been used since 1956, when the last Thornwick heir died without children." He paused. "There is a curious note here from the cemetery records. Groundskeepers have occasionally reported seeing strange lights around the structure, particularly on winter nights. Most attributed it to reflection from the city lights on snow." Batman approached the mausoleum cautiously, his cowl scanning for energy signatures or hidden mechanisms. The stone appeared solid once more, with no evidence of the doorway he'd witnessed moments before. "The Thornwicks specialized in early photographic development," Alfred continued. "They were known for innovations in image preservation. Rather poetic, if someone is now using their resting place to preserve people in another fashion." Batman placed his gloved hand against the cold stone, feeling nothing unusual. "One of the docks. I need to get inside, if this is where our phantom is taking the victims." "Sir," Alfred interrupted, unusual urgency in his voice, "I've just received an alert from Commissioner Gordon. Another individual has been reported missing, a former vigilante who operated briefly in the Narrows about 15 years ago. He went by the name Nightshade." "Michael Cray," Batman said immediately. "He retired after being injured during the cataclysm. Lives in an apartment near Dixon Docks now." He paused. How did Gordon know to flag this as connected to our case? It seems Mr. Cray managed to trigger a silent alarm before he was taken. When officers arrived, they found his apartment door open and a strange, misty substance dissipating in the air. Gordon made the connection to the other disappearances. Batman studied the mausoleum, considering his options. "I need to find a way inside this crypt, but if Cray was just taken, the trail might still be fresh." He made his decision. "I'm heading to the Narrows. Have the Batmobile meet me at the cemetery gates. And Alfred?" He hesitated. "Activate Security Protocol 7 at the manor, just in case." "You believe the manor might be targeted?" Alfred asked, concern evident in his voice. "I don't know," Batman admitted. "But if someone is targeting those who've stood watch over Gotham, we both qualify." The Batmobile cut through Gotham's snowy streets like a phantom itself, its engine remarkably quiet despite the power it contained. Batman's thoughts raced alongside the vehicle, connecting fragments of information into a pattern that was beginning to take shape. The stasis field encasing the victims. The Thornwick Mausoleum with its history of photographic preservation. The way the phantasm, or whatever this entity was, seemed to fade in and out of physical space. Someone was collecting Gotham's watches, preserving them in some kind of suspended animation. But why? Michael Cray's apartment in the Narrows was cordoned off with police tape when Batman arrived, Gordon himself supervising the scene, despite the late hour and falling snow. The commissioner's breath formed clouds in the cold air as he spoke quietly with the officers present, his expression grave beneath the brim of his snow-dusted hat. Batman appeared beside him without warning, materializing from the shadows in a way that still startled Gordon, despite their years of collaboration. "Jim," he acknowledged quietly. Gordon barely flinched. "I figured you'd show up." He nodded toward the apartment. "Same pattern as the others, from what we can tell. No signs of forced entry, no struggle. Just that strange mist the responding officers reported." He lowered his voice further. "Cray was one of us, in his way. Not exactly by the book, but he helped a lot of people in the Narrows before he hung up his mask. Did he have connections to any of the other victims?" Batman asked. Gordon shook his head. "Not that I'm aware of. Different eras, different parts of town. The only thing connecting them is that they all tried to protect this city one way or another." He gave Batman a searching look. "You think someone's targeting former masks?" "Not just masks," Batman corrected. "Judge Vargas never wore one. Neither did Commissioner Loeb. They all decided who deserved punishment and who deserved mercy." Gordon absorbed this, his expression troubled. "That's a pretty wide net. Half the GCPD would qualify. Hell, I would." He paused. "You're not just here about Cray, are you? You know something." "I followed what I believe is our suspect to the old Thornwick mausoleum in Gotham Cemetery," Batman explained. "There appears to be some kind of hidden entrance, but I couldn't access it." "The Thornwicks," Gordon mused. "Photography pioneers, if I remember right. My grandfather had a Thornwick camera." His eyes sharpened. "You think that's where they're keeping the victims? In some kind of hidden chamber beneath the cemetery?" "It's a theory worth investigating," Batman acknowledged. "I need to examine Cray's apartment first. There might be clues about how our Phantom is selecting targets, or how they're able to transport them without a struggle." Gordon nodded, gesturing for his officers to clear the area. "Take your time. I'll keep my people focused on canvassing the neighborhood, seeing if anyone witnessed anything unusual." He hesitated. "Batman, be careful. Whatever this is, it's not your usual Gotham criminal. There's something unnatural about it." Batman entered the apartment alone, his cowl automatically adjusting to the dim lighting. Michael Cray had lived modestly since retiring from his vigilante activities. The small one-bedroom unit was sparsely furnished but meticulously organized. A bookshelf held volumes on Gotham's history, alongside philosophical texts. A worn armchair faced the window, with its view of the distant harbor, a side table beside it, holding a half-empty cup of tea, now cold. The scene felt suspended, as if Cray had simply stepped away momentarily, rather than being taken. Batman moved methodically through the space, his cowl scanning for trace evidence too subtle for conventional forensics to detect. Near the apartment's single small desk, the sensors detected an unusual energy signature, residual particles that didn't match any common chemical or radiological profile. Batman collected a sample, securing it in a specialized container for later analysis. "Alfred," he sub-vocalized, "I'm sending you a molecular scan of residue found at Cray's apartment. See if you can identify it." "Receiving the data now, sir," Alfred replied. "This is most unusual. The molecular structure appears to be in a state of constant flux, neither fully solid nor gaseous. It bears some similarity to the theoretical models for matter existing partially outside conventional space-time." similar to what we encountered with the original Phantasm, Batman noted. That suit Andrea wore allowed her to appear to phase in and out of physical space. Yes, but this is more advanced, Alfred observed. The original technology created an illusion of phasing through a sophisticated smoke system and misdirection. This appears to be actually altering the state of matter itself. Batman continued his examination, finding a small notebook tucked beneath Cray's desk blotter. The most recent entry, dated just yesterday, contained a single sentence. Someone is watching the Watchers. Alfred, I need a list of anyone still living who might fit our victim profile. Former vigilantes, retired officers who worked outside normal channels, judges known for handling masked criminal cases, anyone who made themselves a symbol of judgment in Gotham. That could be quite extensive, sir, Alfred cautioned. Gotham has a rather abundant history of individuals taking justice into their own hands. Focus on those who were active 20 to 30 years ago, Batman directed. Our victims so far have all been from that era. As Alfred compiled the information, Batman's attention was drawn to a small framed photograph on Cray's desk. A group of people standing before the old East End Community Centre. He recognized a younger Michael Cray, and beside him, Leslie, Batman murmured, picking up the frame for closer inspection. Dr. Leslie Tompkins stood beside Cray in the photograph, looking much as she did now, her silver hair and compassionate eyes unchanged by the passing years. Several other faces surrounded them, people who had worked to make the East End safer during a particularly violent period in Gotham's history. Alfred, is Dr. Tompkins at her clinic tonight? I spoke with her earlier about providing sanctuary, as you requested, Alfred confirmed. She was reluctant at first, but agreed to help. She should be at the clinic now, preparing accommodations. Batman carefully replaced the photograph. Tell her I'm on my way. And Alfred, tell her not to open the door for anyone but me. The snow had intensified by the time Batman reached Leslie Tompkins' clinic in the East End. The modest building stood as a beacon in one of Gotham's most troubled neighborhoods, its lights a promise of care in a place where such promises were rarely kept. Batman bypassed the main entrance, instead accessing the roof and entering through a secure door that Leslie had installed years ago specifically for his visits, particularly those where he arrived injured and needed discretion. He found Leslie in her office, organizing medical supplies with the efficient precision that had characterized her work for decades. Though well into her 70s now, Dr. Tompkins moved with the energy of someone half her age, her hands steady as they sorted medications and prepared treatment kits. I wondered when you'd show up, she said without turning around, somehow sensing his presence despite his silent entry. Alfred said it was urgent. You knew Michael Cray, Batman stated, his voice softer than usual. Now Leslie did turn, her expression shifting from professional focus to personal concern. Yes, he volunteered here after he stopped his night activities. A good man. Her eyes narrowed. What's happened to him? He's been taken, Batman explained, like the others you may have heard about. Judge Vargas, former Commissioner Loeb, the stasis cases, Leslie nodded. It's been on the news, though they don't know what to call it. She studied Batman with the directness that had always characterized their interactions. No matter what symbol he wore, she had always seen the man beneath. And you think I might be a target as well. You've made judgments in this city, Batman said simply. You've decided who deserved care, who deserved second chances. You stood watch when few others would. Leslie's smile held sadness. Is that what connects them? Being watchers? She turned back to her supplies. "I've never worn a mask, Bruce." "Neither did Judge Vargas," he countered quietly. "I believe whoever is doing this is targeting anyone who stood in judgment over Gotham, masked or not." Leslie considered this, her hands stilling on the medical supplies. "There was a patient here earlier today," she said after a moment. "Claimed to be new to the neighborhood, suffering from exposure. There was something odd about them. They asked a lot of questions about the history of the clinic, about my work during the bad years." She shook her head. "I didn't think much of it at the time. People are often curious about how the clinic survived when so many other services abandoned the East End." "What did they look like?" Batman asked, tension evident in his posture. "That's just it," Leslie frowned. "I can't quite remember. Middle-aged, perhaps? Average height? Their features seem indistinct in my memory, like trying to recall a dream upon waking." She looked troubled by this realization. "That's not like me. I remember my patients." "They may have been using some kind of perception filter," Batman suggested, technology that affects how they're perceived and remembered. He moved closer, his voice taking on a rare note of personal concern. "Leslie, I don't think you should stay here tonight. We've established a secure location for potential targets." Leslie's expression hardened slightly, the look she had given him countless times over the years when she felt he was overstepping. "This clinic doesn't close, Bruce. Not for any phantom or bogeyman. People depend on us to be here, especially during weather like this." Before Batman could argue further, his cowl alerted him to an incoming transmission from Alfred. "Sir," Alfred's voice carried unusual urgency, "I've been analyzing the victim pattern more thoroughly, and I've discovered something concerning. Each person was taken exactly 7 days after their first contact with what witnesses describe as a forgettable patient or unmemorable visitor. If Dr. Tompkins encountered such an individual today, she has 6 days," Batman concluded. He turned back to Leslie. "I'm posting security here discreetly. Your work won't be interrupted, but you won't be alone." Leslie seemed about to object, then relented with a slight nod. "Your friends are welcome here, as always. But Bruce," she held his gaze firmly, "if this phantom, as you call it, is truly judging those who've judged others, then you should be looking over your shoulder more than anyone in Gotham." The weight of her words settled between them, heavy with decades of both collaboration and disagreement. No one in Batman's life had challenged his methods more consistently than Leslie Tompkins, whose commitment to healing had sometimes placed her in direct opposition to his mission. "I know," he acknowledged simply. Leslie's expression softened slightly. "Have you considered that this might not be about punishment? These people haven't been killed, they've been preserved. There's a difference." Batman paused, considering her perspective. "Preservation without consent is still imprisonment." "Of course it is," she agreed. "I'm not justifying it. I'm suggesting that understanding the motive might help you resolve this with less conflict than usual." She studied him with the perceptiveness that had always made him slightly uncomfortable. "You immediately assumed this was the phantasm returned, vengeance from your past. But what if it's something else entirely? What if someone is trying to preserve a legacy they believe is being forgotten?" Batman absorbed her insight, mentally reviewing the evidence from a fresh perspective. The Thornwick mausoleum with its connection to photographic preservation, the stasis fields that kept victims alive rather than killing them, the focus on figures from a specific era in Gotham's history. Someone is creating a living monument, he realized, capturing Gotham's moral arbiters in a moment of perfect preservation. "A rather extreme museum curator," Alfred commented through the cowl. Leslie nodded. "The question is," Why now? What triggered this need to preserve these particular people at this particular time? Batman connected the evidence with historical context. 25 years since Gotham's Special Crimes Unit formed, the first official response to masked criminals, when the line between vigilante and official justice began to blur. An anniversary, Leslie nodded. They're commemorating what they see as a pivotal moment by collecting key figures, working from a specific list, Batman concluded, turning toward the window where snow continued to fall. I need to return to the Thornwick mausoleum. If I'm right, that's where all the victims are being kept. Be careful, Leslie cautioned. True believers are the most dangerous opponents. Batman paused. I'll have someone here within the hour. Don't leave, and don't admit patients you don't already know by name. Turning away those in need isn't something I do lightly, she reminded him. 6 days, Leslie, he countered quietly. Give me that much time. Their eyes met in understanding that transcended their many disagreements. Then Batman vanished into the snowy night. The cemetery lay under pristine white when Batman returned. Gravestones transformed into softened shapes. The Thornwick mausoleum stood apart, somehow more defined against the landscape. Batman approached cautiously, his cowl scanning for energy signatures. As he drew closer, a faint disturbance became visible through his specialized lenses, a subtle rippling surrounding the mausoleum. Alfred, he sub-vocalized, I'm detecting an energy field around the structure, similar to the residue at Cray's apartment, but more stable. Perhaps a more permanent version of the stasis technology, Alfred suggested. Be cautious, sir. If this is preservation rather than assassination, the curator might not appreciate visitors. Batman circled slowly, studying the disturbance. The effect was strongest near the north wall, where he had previously observed the phantom create a temporary entrance. His analysis was interrupted by a soft sound behind him. Batman turned swiftly, but the snowy graveyard appeared empty. Someone's here, he stated quietly, activating thermal imaging. The cemetery remained cold and lifeless in the display. No heat signatures besides his own. Perhaps our phantom truly is more phantom than person, Alfred remarked, his tone carrying the unease he always exhibited when confronted with phenomena that defied conventional explanation. Batman switched to electromagnetic scanning, and immediately the display lit up. A moving disturbance approaching from his left, invisible to normal sight but registering as an organized pattern of energy. He turned to face it directly, watching as the invisible presence drew closer. Then, between one heartbeat and the next, the grey-cloaked figure materialized before him, seeming to solidify from the very particles of falling snow. The figure bore the unmistakable appearance of the phantasm, the flowing grey cloak, the skeletal mask, the curved blade extending from one hand. Yet something was different from the spectre Batman had encountered years before. This entity seemed less substantial somehow, as if not fully committed to physical existence. Who are you? Batman demanded, his voice controlled despite the unnatural scene. The figure tilted its head, regarding him with empty eye sockets that somehow conveyed curiosity. When it spoke, the voice was neither male nor female, a whisper that seemed to bypass the ear and manifest directly in the mind. The Watcher of Watchers, it replied. The frame that preserves the moment of judgment. You've been taking people, Batman stated, preserving them against their will, preserving them in their true essence, the figure corrected, capturing the purity of their purpose before time corrupts it. The empty gaze intensified, as it has begun to corrupt yours, Dark Knight. Batman maintained his position. These people have lives. You have no right to take that from them. Rights? The Phantom's whisper carried amusement. Did Judge Vargas concern himself with rights when he sentenced hundreds without redemption? Did Commissioner Loeb respect rights when he authorized shoot-on-sight orders? The figure drifted closer. Did you consider rights when you appointed yourself Gotham's arbiter of justice? I never claimed to be above the law, Batman countered. Yet you operate outside it, the Phantom observed. As did all those I've preserved. That is what binds you. The willingness to stand apart, to see what others cannot, to act when institutions fail. The figure gestured toward the mausoleum. Come, see what I have created. A monument to Gotham's true guardians, frozen in the moment of their clearest purpose. And if I refuse? Then you misunderstand, the Phantom replied. This is not an invitation extended to Batman. It is one extended to Bruce Wayne, the man who has watched longer than any other, judged more harshly than any court. Your place in the collection is assured, Detective. I merely offer you the courtesy of viewing it first. The use of his name caused no reaction in Batman's expression, though Alfred's sharp intake of breath was audible through the cowl. You believe you know who I am, Batman said evenly. I know all who have stood watch over Gotham, the Phantom replied, who have claimed the right to judge its soul. The empty eye socket seemed to see through the cowl to the man beneath. Some wore badges, some wore robes, some wore masks. The figure turned toward the mausoleum, and as it moved, the rippling disturbance intensified. The solid stone wall began to shimmer until an arched doorway appeared where none had existed before. The Thornwicks understood preservation better than most, the Phantom remarked. DCB knew that to truly capture a moment, one must capture its essence. Their early experiments led them places science has only recently begun to rediscover. The figure gestured toward the doorway. They created this chamber as their ultimate achievement, a place where memory and matter could coexist. Despite every instinct cautioning against it, Batman found himself intrigued by both the explanation and the technology. The ability to rearrange matter at the molecular level went beyond any conventional science he knew. Alfred, he subvocalized. Record everything. This may be our only chance to understand what we're dealing with. I strongly advise against entering that structure, Alfred replied, alarm evident in his voice. The energy readings are highly unstable. Batman made his decision. Sometimes understanding requires risk. He addressed the Phantom directly. Show me. The interior of the mausoleum was nothing like the small stone chamber it appeared to be from outside. As Batman followed the Phantom through the doorway, space seemed to expand impossibly, revealing a vast circular room whose ceiling arched high overhead. The walls were lined with alcoves, each containing a translucent shell within which a figure stood frozen. The missing victims, preserved in perfect stasis. Light emanated from no visible source, casting the chamber in a soft blue glow that made the stasis fields shimmer like underwater creatures. Batman recognized Judge Vargas in the nearest alcove, his stern expression captured in a moment of recognition. They are not dead, the Phantom assured him. They exist in a state between moments, conscious but experiencing time at a decelerated rate that years will pass like seconds to them. Batman studied each preserved figure. Michael Cray, the woman from the East End vigilante group, the former Riddler henchman, all captured in moments of realization, their expressions reflecting the instant they understood what was happening. Why? Batman asked simply. What purpose does this serve? The Phantom drifted to the center of the chamber, where a peculiar apparatus stood. something like a camera mounted on a tripod, but far more complex, with crystalline components and swirling energy visible within. Gotham forgets its history, the Spectre replied. It forgets those who stood against the darkness before. There were symbols like yours, before bat signals and specialized units, before masks transformed how justice was understood. The empty gaze swept across the preserved figures. These individuals shaped Gotham's approach to justice during a pivotal time. They deserve to be remembered, to be studied, to be understood in their purest form. As specimens, Batman observed coldly. As exemplars, the Phantom corrected. Captured in the moment they faced judgment, the same judgment they had dispensed throughout their lives. Batman noticed several alcoves remained empty, spaces waiting for future acquisitions. One, positioned more prominently, seemed designed for a particular occupant. You've been planning this for some time, he noted. For 25 years, the Phantom confirmed. Since the night Gotham's approach to justice was forever altered, Batman continued his circuit of the chamber, mapping its layout while searching for weaknesses. And once your collection is complete, what then? Then Gotham will have a permanent record of those who shaped its moral landscape, the Phantom replied. A living archive of judgment, preserved at the moment of perfect clarity. The figure moved toward one of the empty alcoves. Some spaces remained to be filled. The clinic doctor, the commissioner who trusted a bat, the butler who enabled a crusade. At the mention of Alfred, Batman felt a cold that had nothing to do with the winter night. Your collection will remain incomplete, he stated with quiet certainty. You cannot prevent what has already been set in motion, the Phantom replied with curiosity. By what you try. You of all people should appreciate the importance of legacy, of ensuring that sacrifice is remembered. Not like this, Batman countered. Not by removing people's freedom, their future. Freedom? The Phantom's whisper carried sadness. What freedom remains for aging vigilantes? For those who spent their strength protecting a city that barely remembers their names? I offer eternity in a moment of perfect purpose, rather than the slow decline into irrelevance that time inflicts. Batman noted that the stasis fields appeared to draw power from the central apparatus, the modified camera-like device that seemed to be the heart of the Phantom's operation. If that could be disabled, you speak of preservation, Batman observed, but what you've created is imprisonment, however noble your intentions. You've taken these people against their will. Would they have come willingly, the Phantom asked? Would they have understood the gift being offered? Few can see beyond their immediate circumstances to grasp the importance of historical continuity. The figure drifted closer to Batman. But you understand, Detective. You've always understood the power of symbols, of moments preserved in memory, the pearls falling, the alley's darkness, the oath sworn. The reference to his parents' murder caused a momentary break in Batman's composure. The Phantom noticed, the empty eye sockets somehow conveying satisfaction. Yes, it whispered. You understand preservation better than most. Your entire existence is an attempt to preserve a moment, to extend a child's promise into decades of action. You know nothing about me, Batman replied, his voice hardening. I know all who have stood watch, the Phantom countered. Their motivations, their methods, their moments of clearest purpose. The figure gestured to the waiting alcove, the one clearly intended for Batman himself. Yours awaits, a place of honor in the collection. The dark night, preserved at the height of his vigil, before time dulls the edge of his mission. Batman's hand moved subtly toward his utility belt. And if I decline this, Honor? Then others will take your place, the Phantom replied simply. The doctor, the commissioner, the butler, all those whose judgment has shaped your path. The empty gaze intensified. Their preservation is not as significant as yours would be, but they will serve as worthy additions. Something in the Phantom's tone triggered a realization in Batman's mind. You're not just preserving them, he stated. You're absorbing their knowledge, their experiences. That's how you knew who I am. The Phantom tilted its head slightly, almost approving. The preservation process creates a connection. Their memories become accessible, their insights transferable. Each addition strengthens the whole. The whispered voice became reflective. Judge Vargas remembered sentencing a young man who would later become Firefly. Commissioner Loeb recalled authorizing the first official communication with a vigilante. Michael Cray remembered fighting alongside the Batman during the Cataclysm. You're not preserving history, Batman realized. You're consuming it. I am becoming it, the Phantom corrected. A living archive of Gotham's moral guardians, their collective wisdom preserved in a single consciousness. The figure gestured toward the empty alcoves. When complete, the collection will contain the full spectrum of Gotham's approach to justice, official and unofficial, legal and extra-legal, compassionate and ruthless. Batman had identified the central apparatus as the likely control point for the entire system. If he could disable it, perhaps the stasis fields would collapse, freeing those trapped within. But the Phantom remained between him and the device, and the entity's capabilities were still largely unknown. Who were you, Batman asked, changing his approach, before you became this? You must have had a connection to Gotham's history yourself. The Phantom was silent for a moment, as if caught off guard. I was a recorder, it finally replied. A chronicler of Gotham's vigilante history. I documented their activities, their methods, their impact on crime patterns. The whispering voice grew distant, reaching back through decades of memory. No one noticed the photographer documenting crime scenes, the journalist requesting case files, the academic studying pattern recognition in vigilante activities. A historian, Batman suggested. Someone who believed these stories needed to be preserved. Someone who understood their significance, the Phantom agreed. Someone who saw how conventional history was already beginning to forget the transition years, the time when Gotham's approach to justice was transformed. The figure drifted closer to the central apparatus. The Thornwicks understood that true preservation required more than images on paper or data in archives. They sought to capture essence, not merely appearance. And you found their research, Batman concluded. Their experiments in photographic preservation that went beyond conventional technology. Hidden in plain sight, the Phantom confirmed, dismissed as the eccentricity of wealthy industrialists, their true breakthroughs ignored by a scientific community unprepared to understand them. The empty gaze intensified. But I understood. I saw how their methods could preserve not just images but moments, complete with the thoughts, emotions, and purposes that defined them. As the Phantom spoke, Batman noted subtle fluctuations in the energy fields surrounding the preserved figures, ripples in the stasis shells that corresponded with emotional inflections in the entity's whispered voice. The system was connected to the Phantom itself, responding to its state of mind. And now you've become what you studied, Batman observed. A living archive of Gotham's moral arbiters. I have transcended mere documentation, the Phantom agreed. I have become the frame that preserves the moment of judgment. The whispering frame. that holds Gotham's guardians in their purest form. The figure gestured toward Batman. Your place awaits, detective, the centerpiece of the collection, the watcher who has observed longer than any other. Batman knew he needed to disable the central apparatus, but direct confrontation seemed unlikely to succeed against an entity that could phase in and out of reality. He needed to exploit the connection between the Phantom's emotional state and the stasis system. You claim to preserve these people at their moment of clearest purpose, he said carefully. But what about their growth, their evolution? Judge Vargas later questioned his harsh sentencing practices. Commissioner Loeb eventually recognized the damage caused by his militaristic approach to policing. Batman gestured toward Michael Cray's preserved form. Cray found purpose in community service after hanging up his mask. By freezing them at a single moment, you deny the full measure of their contribution to Gotham. The Phantom remained silent, but Batman noticed another fluctuation in the stasis fields. Stronger this time, causing several of the preserved figures to shift slightly within their translucent shells. True preservation honors the complete journey, Batman continued, moving subtly closer to the central apparatus. Not just a single moment of clarity, but the struggles, the doubts, the reconsiderations that shaped a life of service. By reducing them to specimens, you diminish the very legacy you claim to protect. They would be forgotten otherwise, the Phantom countered, though its whispered voice carried uncertainty. Their contributions erased by time and changing circumstances. Being remembered isn't the same as being understood, Batman replied, and understanding requires the full story, not just the moment you've decided was most important. The stasis fields fluctuated more visibly now, the preserved figures shifting as if staring from deep sleep. The Phantom itself seemed less substantial, its form wavering like a reflection in disturbed water. You cannot comprehend what I have become, it insisted, though the whisper had lost certainty. I am the collective wisdom of Gotham's guardians, their insights preserved and unified. You've taken fragments of their experience without permission, Batman corrected. Moments without context, knowledge without the growth that gave it meaning. He had drawn close enough to the central apparatus now to see its intricate crystalline components pulsing with energy. That's not preservation, it's theft. The Phantom's form wavered dramatically, portions of its grey cloak dissipating into mist before reforming. The stasis fields flickered in response, their perfect translucence becoming momentarily clouded. They were fading, the Phantom whispered, its voice now distinctly human. Someone trying to justify actions they had begun to question. Their wisdom, their sacrifices, their understanding of what Gotham required, all disappearing as the city moved on, as new generations forgot what came before. Nothing truly disappears if its impact remains, Batman countered, his hand now inches from the central apparatus. These people shaped Gotham through their actions, their decisions, their example. That legacy continues in those they influenced. Whether or not their names are remembered, the Phantom's form continued to destabilize, portions of its grey substance dissipating into the air. The stasis fields fluctuated dramatically, several of the preserved figures now moving visibly within their shells, hands twitching, eyes blinking slowly as if waking from deep sleep. I only wanted to preserve what mattered, the Phantom whispered, its voice now unmistakably human, an elderly tone filled with academic passion and regret, to ensure that Gotham remembered those who shaped its moral landscape during a crucial transition. Then document their stories, Batman suggested. Share their wisdom, but let them live their lives, not as specimens in your collection, but as people whose full journey deserves respect. With sudden decisiveness, Batman placed his hand on the central apparatus, triggering a small EMP device concealed in his gauntlet. The crystalline components flickered, their energy patterns disrupting as the carefully calibrated system encountered interference. The effect was immediate. The stasis field surrounding the figures collapsed simultaneously, translucent shells dissolving into mist. The victims themselves crumpled to the ground, finally released from suspended animation. The Phantom's reaction was more profound. As the central apparatus failed, the entity's form lost all cohesion, the grey cloak and skeletal mask dissolving into particles that swirled before coalescing around a human figure. An elderly person in simple clothing, their face showing equal parts academic intensity and horrified realization. "What have you done?" they gasped, their voice now fully human. "The preservation matrix. Without it, all those memories, all that wisdom will remain where it belongs," Batman finished firmly, "with the people who earned it through their own experiences." Around the chamber, the formerly preserved victims were beginning to stir, their movements sluggish but growing steadily more coordinated. Judge Vargas sat up slowly, blinking in confusion. Commissioner Loeb braced himself against the wall, disoriented but alert. Batman activated his communication system. "Alfred, contact Gordon. We need medical teams at the Thornwick mausoleum, multiple disoriented individuals requiring evaluation." "With pleasure, sir," Alfred replied, relief evident. "And may I say it's most gratifying to hear you'll be returning rather than joining some macabre collection." The elderly figure, the human behind the Phantom, looked around in despair as their preservation system collapsed. "You don't understand what's been lost," they lamented. "Decades of vigilante history, first-hand accounts that existed nowhere else." "Then document them properly," Batman suggested, his tone less harsh. "Interview these people, record their stories with their consent. Create an archive that honors their full journey, not just the moment you decided was most significant." The historian looked up, academic passion momentarily overriding distress. Would you contribute? Your perspective spans the entire modern vigilante era. Your insights would be invaluable." Batman didn't answer immediately, instead moving to help Michael Cray to his feet. The former vigilante was unsteady but conscious, gradually focusing on his surroundings. "Batman?" Cray murmured, recognition dawning. "What? Where are we?" "Safe," Batman assured him. "Medical help is coming." He supported Cray to a seated position, before moving to assist the others. As Gordon's officers and medical teams began arriving, securing the scene and tending to the victims, Batman returned his attention to the historian, the human who had become the Phantom. They sat defeated beside their disabled apparatus, decades of obsessive work now rendered useless. "Your methods were wrong," Batman told them quietly. "But your understanding of the importance of vigilante history to Gotham isn't. These stories do deserve to be preserved, just not by imprisoning those who lived them." The historian looked up, a spark of academic interest temporarily overriding their distress. "You would contribute to a proper archive?" "Perhaps," Batman allowed, "but any such project would need oversight. Ethical guidelines, respect for privacy and personal choice. I could design such parameters," the historian offered hesitantly. "My academic background is in ethical historiography before I became fixated on the Thornwick preservation methods." Batman studied them thoughtfully, seeing not a villain but a scholar whose passion had led them down a dangerous path. someone who had recognized something genuinely important about Gotham's history, but had chosen the wrong means to preserve it. "We'll discuss possibilities," he finally said. "As you've answered for your actions here." As the historian was led away by Gordon's officers, Batman surveyed the chamber one last time. The technology the Thornwicks had developed, and that the historian had adapted, represented a dangerous advancement in matter manipulation. He would need to ensure that all traces of their research were properly secured. "Alfred," he sub-vocalized, "I'll need a full team here to document and contain this technology. The preservation system appears disabled, but we need to be certain nothing remains that could be reconstructed." "Already coordinating with Lucius, sir," Alfred replied, "and Dr. Tompkins called to report that she's received several of the victims at her clinic. All appear to be recovering well, though they're experiencing some temporal disorientation. Apparently their subjective experience of time while in stasis was considerably different from objective reality." Batman watched as medical teams helped Judge Vargas and Commissioner Loeb toward the exit, both men looking decades older than the forceful figures they had once been, yet still carrying themselves with the dignity of those who had stood for something they believed in. "The historian was right about one thing," Batman observed quietly. "Gotham does forget its watchmen too easily. The people who stood for justice before there were symbols like mine to rally behind." "Perhaps," Alfred suggested gently, "that is something Bruce Wayne could address more effectively than Batman. The Wayne Foundation has supported numerous historical preservation projects over the years, an archive of Gotham's justice movements, both official and unofficial, would be a fitting addition." As Batman left the mausoleum, the winter night had begun to soften toward dawn, the heavy snowfall tapering to occasional flakes that drifted down like memories of the storm that had passed. The cemetery lay peaceful under its white blanket, gravestones and monuments standing as their own kind of preservation, markers of lives completed rather than moments artificially extended. He paused atop a rise that overlooked both the cemetery and the city beyond, Gotham's skyline beginning to emerge from darkness as the first hints of daylight touched its highest towers. The city had witnessed countless watchmen over its long history, some in uniform, some in robes, some in masks. Each had stood guard in their own way, making judgments according to their understanding of justice, and each in time had been forced to recognize the limits of their vigil, the impossibility of perfect judgment, the inevitability of change, the necessity of growth beyond a single moment of clarity. Perhaps that, Batman reflected, was the true legacy worth preserving. Not the frozen instant of apparent purpose, but the ongoing journey of those who continue to watch, to learn, and to serve a city that rarely understood the full measure of their commitment. The snow beneath his feet held his footprints only briefly before a fresh dusting began to fill them in. Nature's own lesson in the impermanence of even the most carefully preserved moments. Batman turned toward home, leaving the cemetery and its whispered histories behind, carrying with him a renewed appreciation for the watchmen who had come before, and those who would inevitably follow, when his own vigil eventually came to an end. And so our tale of Gotham comes to an end. Let the gentle night embrace you as you drift toward peaceful dreams, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the Dark Knight watches over his city. If you're not asleep yet, we will now play the ambience of Gotham City at night to help you fall asleep. And if you were just listening to our tales, we will see you next time. Good night, and sleep well.